and wonderful student board member Carolyn Dodge. Is she here?
Still not connected yet, Lisa.
She's not here? Okay.
I just realized
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Okay. Well, we'll just go ahead and for the sake of time, just do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You guys don't have to turn off your mics. You can join me too.
I just wanted to let you know that I think Caroline might be at a water polo game. So that might be
Okay.
why she's late. They had a game at 5. I just realized.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. And if she's not here, then we'll just let her do like last time. Just we'll squeeze her in whenever she's ready. And that takes us to the approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Rhea,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, we will continue to communications and we will start with public comments. Do we have, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out if that's, yes, it's this item. So we do have public comments tonight. We have several that will be providing their comments in real time. And then we have a few that would like for their comment to be read. And I will start off with Emma, a parent, and her comment reads, please answer if CUSD will be full-time in-person fall 2021. What steps need to occur for that to happen? When will SMC Education adopt CDC guidelines for 3 feet spacing so that all students to return full-time to classrooms? Does CUSD need to submit plan to SMC for fall 2021? For full-time return, does CUSD have to wait until SMCE education allows for 3 feet spacing to permit full-time in-person return? And thank you, Emma, for making a comment and taking your time. The next one is from Misty Veloso, our teacher at Hatch. And her message reads, good evening, President Cortez, thank you, and fellow board members. I write to you this evening to show my support for the yard supervisors at Hatch Elementary School. I have been reading and hearing about the struggles this group is having in securing a fair wage in our district. I am not sure why this group is not being paid the same amount as pod workers. This group is the hardest working group on our campus. Their efforts play a huge part in the reopening of schools. If you have been on campus at drop off and pickup, you know how valuable they are. It is embarrassing to know that my teenager earns more per hour than these community members. They are taking excellent care of our students and in countless ways supporting families and staff. Please consider representing them and pushing for their equal pay. Thank you for your time and consideration, Misty Veloso, TK teacher at Hatch Elementary. And now it's Ms. Shannon Murray, a teacher and a parent. And her message reads, I am writing to express my support in fair compensation for our noon duty staff. While last month's increase was a step in the right direction, it is not enough. Our Hatch Blue Team members are the heart and soul of our school. As a parent, I'm placing my full trust in our Hatch Blue Team to keep my child safe during a pandemic. They have risen to the challenge and are leading smooth and safe procedures that fall outside of their job description. During my 16 years in the district, I have seen many noon duty staff members come and go. Never have I seen such a dedicated, passionate, and united team. Retaining our noon duty employees needs to be a top priority. At the very least, let's make sure their salaries can compete with other newly hired duties. And those are all. The rest are they will are. I'm sure they're here. I'm gonna Kendra Holland. Is she here, Rosie?
Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
If I may use a convoluted metaphor, students are the heart of our schools. They are the reason we all do what we do. Teachers are the brains. They're the ones that help our students explore, learn, and grow. And not diminishing the importance of administration and classified employees, yard duties are the fingers, hands, arms, toes, feet, ears, eyes, and mouths. Simply put, Hatch Elementary School Blue Team is the rest of the body. I know that our unrepresented hourly employees are now represented. However, while the district and CSEA wade through the negotiations for reasonable requests of accurate job descriptions, a competitive hourly wage, and a formalized pay structure, I think it's important to acknowledge their value. In last month's CUSD governing board meeting, Dr. McFetridge described hourly workers as some of our least paid, and I would say most deserving. And just yesterday, a Hatch teacher said they were among the most important employees and described their duties as grunt work. The Blue Team touches the lives of every student at Hatch Elementary School. They are the only adults at our school that every Hatchie knows by name. And most of the time, the employee knows every Hatchie's name too. If you doubt the value of their work, think back to the early days of the pandemic. They were some of the first to return to campus after shelter in place was lifted and worked to support faculty, Hatchies, and their families by stepping up to supervise classroom pods, even when COVID safety measures were changing daily. The Blue Team organized and distributed classroom materials all fall and winter, and now that students are back on campus, they are working hard to ensure the safety of our students by enforcing the 4 pillars and protecting safe routes to school and making sure each Hatchie transitions smoothly to in-person learning. Their daily tasks are mind-numbingly complicated. They manage staggered drop-offs and pickups for nearly an hour 4 times a day, oversee 10 recesses, simultaneously playing with the kids and reminding them of protocols. And if we're able to return to full-time in-person school next year, it sounds like the Blue Team is responsible for handling multiple snack times and lunches too. A person cannot live without its heart or brain. Our schools wouldn't exist without our students and teachers, but a person cannot function without its body. We all recognize that Hatch Elementary School wouldn't be able to operate without our Blue Team. In conclusion, while you enter in negotiations with our yard duties, please remember the words of Dr. McFetridge from the April school board meeting. We need them, we want them, and we want to do them right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Thank you for your time and your comments. Next, Maria Skinner.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Maria Skinner. I am on staff at Hatch Elementary. I'd like to offer my support to our amazing Blue Team members at Hatch in recognition of their service to our students, their families, and our staff. They may not be certificated teachers or management, paraprofessionals, or union members, but they are more than deserving of a retroactive raise for their many years of dependability and in many aspects of our school's activities. They are always willing, flexible, trustworthy, and our children feel safe around them, though they often put their own health at risk. They are our go-to team, rain or shine, traffic supervisors, yard duties, first aid monitors, lunchroom monitors, pod supervisors, homework packet and computer distributors. They assist our staff by relieving us at break time, assembling tedious, labor-intensive packets and materials, helping out with odd jobs in the classroom. You name it, they do it, and always with a smile. They are devoted Hatch community members invested in keeping our students safe and contributing to the smooth running of our school. We are fortunate to have them working at our school, and they should not be taken for granted. Paul, Lily, Lisa, Maria, and Aurora, I salute you. You deserve respect and fair compensation for your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Skinner, and thank you for your time and comments. We will now have Ms. Kathleen Wall.
Sorry. Good evening, Lizette and school board members. Thank you for taking my comment this evening. I'm here tonight to speak in support of our unrepresented employees. At Hatch, as you probably know, our yard duty personnel are known as the Blue Team. They are a student safety team. They are a student emotional support team. They are our valued colleagues. Please respect them with fair wages. As you know, the Blue Team needed to fight to receive minimum wage from the district this year. It seems that at this point in time, they are now receiving minimum wage for their hard work. The district has encouraged these employees to unionize. My question is, why do employees need to agitate and unionize to receive minimum wage from a government agency? I don't get it. Yes, the Half Moon Bay minimum wage is higher than the state minimum wage, but until recently, these positions were being paid below the state minimum wage as well. Furthermore, why do employees need to unionize to have a salary schedule in place? McDonald's and Burger King have salary schedules. Why don't yard duty personnel have salary schedules in CUSD? Furthermore, why is there no job description available at the district for these hard workers? Why aren't these essential employees who are now working nearly 8-hour days to facilitate the drop-off, pickup, and supervision of our students not making at least $18 an hour for their years of experience and service to our community? I'm a longtime community member, homeowner, and taxpayer. It truly is embarrassing to me that we are not paying the people who protect our children a living wage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wall, and thank you for your time and your comments. And then now we will have Heidi Mills.
Hello, President Cortez and the school board at large. We all recognize that we are coming out of the most challenging times. And I keep thinking we are like a butterfly emerging from our chrysalis of the pandemic. Our wings are still wet while we are figuring out what to do, trying to make our wings work. In order to make our wings work, we need to make sure we have everything we need. Helping with this is our students. I want to make sure that we are ensuring this one-time ELO money goes directly to our students and not to infrastructure. Our students need us. They need us to fight for them. They need us to support them. They need us to love them. And that's what we do every day in the classroom. But we need the district to support us and support the students, keeping class sizes small. If you're not sure how to best support the students directly, please consult the expertise of your teachers in whatever grade you need to. But we are here to make sure our students get everything they need, and we really advocate for them and spending the money at their level. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Heidi. And again, thank you for your time and your comments. And now we will move on to employee organization report, which is CUTA representative.
Claudia, you are on the screen. If you can unmute.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Good evening, everyone. My name is Claudia Lundstrup. I am CUTA co-president with Sean Reardon. Thank you for your time tonight. CUSD teachers, classified colleagues, and site administrators have all been working under stressful and unpredictable conditions. CUSD teachers, however, are feeling especially dispirited, not because of the work, but because district administrators often don't appreciate the concerns and needs of teachers. One problem is with our contract. After 2 years of difficult and sometimes bitter negotiations, CUTA and CUSD settled on a new contract. That was over 5 months ago, yet teachers have not seen the final version of this contract. CUTA has offered to proofread and consult on the editing and publishing of it. We are waiting for district management to take care of this. Another problem is that teachers and classified staff were ordered to meet with for-profit financial advisors. The notice we received even threatened our benefits if we don't meet their guidelines. Teachers do not want to sit for a sales pitch, and especially don't want to share personal information such as social security numbers and other legal documents. CTA has issued a cease and desist letter. Yet another problem is that a respected educator and active union member was denied a voluntary transfer. Instead, the district assigned students to improperly credentialed teachers. The district response to this Williams Act violation is a specious argument at best. Another legal problem that CUTA has to address with CUSD. A safety-related problem is that teachers are expected to use the Frontline app to report our health status. This app, which I assume comes with an invoice, is not reliable. We have basically been told not to take it too seriously, but to continue using it. Despite these issues, teachers have maintained their professionalism while working with always changing, anxiety-producing expectations. Some administrators recognize and praise this dedication and effort, while other administrators have offered insults. Looking forward, teachers want to be as ready as possible for next year. We have questions and are hoping for timely answers. We are especially concerned about how the district administration plans to use the extra state funding to address this year's learning loss. Teachers know that best practices require direct services, not technology or infrastructure. Students need one-on-one tutoring, small classes, and other social emotional support. Studies repeatedly show that social emotional support goes further in helping students lead a satisfying life than any techniques that purport to raise test scores. One idea is to offer quality enrichment in the arts to all students in the district. It might be for only 1 year, but what a gift to our students it would be. As we all know, access to the arts increases academic achievement and social emotional growth. CUTA is thankful to the Half Moon Bay community and to the CUSD staff and administration who have made this year as successful as it has been. Thank you everyone for your attention and support tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindstrup. Thank you for your time and your comments. And now, Stig, I think you are going to do the CSEA.
Good evening, Board President Liz Cortez, Board members, Superintendent Sean McPetrick, administrators, staff, and community. My name is Stig Lynn. I'm CSEA President in our district for 103 support staff members in our local chapter in our school district. I would like first to address several comments about we have the new duty supervisors in our schools who make sure that our kids are safe and out, and they do a lot of good job. I just want to let everyone know they are fully members of CSEA. designed by the district through the and CSEA. We both agreed to this here. Job descriptions and negotiations are underway to set the right level for pay scale and what they're doing. And nothing, I can't really talk about that, as of course this is negotiations will go with the district. Some other good news, CCA, the local chapter, decided this year we usually give scholarship to students of CSEA members or children to CSEA members in our district. And we have usually given out about $1,000 from our members that we give in scholarship. This year, we decided they're gonna be 3 students. I cannot name them, they will know eventually later. But they're gonna share about $1,500, so they're gonna get $500 each. Thank you all CSE member out there who do this for the children in our schools so they can go to college, helping out with the cost. Other good news, we have got new Chrome pads out to all TK to 2nd grade. We have cards in each classroom with we have all the apps and things now they can use in classroom. We also had appreciation lunch, different sites for staff. As you know, it's Teacher and Staff Appreciation Month. And we very grateful for that. It was a good thing in the whole thing, outside distance and all that. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had to say for tonight's meeting. And thank you.
Thank you, Stig, and thank you, like always, for your time and your comments. And that's really great to hear about the money. It doesn't go unnoticed, and every little bit helps for sure. Thank you. Now we will be moving on to our board, our board members report, and anybody wants to start? Sophia, you look like you're smiling. Kim, go ahead, Kim.
Oh, I can start.
Yeah.
Gosh, one, it's crazy when you come to a Zoom meeting and it's good to see everyone's faces again. And I know we still haven't seen each other in person, but honestly, just to be together and know that this is a brighter point in our year of Zoom meetings because the kids are back in school. And I'm so appreciative of the teachers, the parents, the administrators, you know, watching the Congo line of cars at El Granada School in the mornings. It's just an absolute joy. Things are better in the news. Each week when we listen to what's the effectiveness of vaccines, and even tonight they were talking about people being protected and the efficacy of vaccinated people not passing on the virus. It just makes it a little safer for all of us in the community. So that that's gratifying. And so and I'm appreciative of, as even when it's stressful in this district, I don't doubt people's integrity. I don't doubt people's intent. Everybody's got the kids' best interests at heart, and that's really important. And I think we have to keep that in mind. May 19th coming up is the next Visual and Performing Arts meeting. And for Claudia mentioning the extra funding, even if it was for a year, my heart just got excited. And I hadn't really thought specifically about the details, but I do trust that our administrators are in alignment with using the funds in the best way possible to serve all of our kids. But the Visual and Performing Arts, I have to acknowledge that when I ran as a board member, it was definitely to keep music and arts as part of the conversation as core curriculum, because kids do better with a full suite of cognitive experiences. It's not just about remediation when someone is struggling. So, but I say that because I've watched it decline over the years. And so I'm so grateful to Dr. Bhatia for hosting these meetings and hoping that in the next couple of years, we're going to see that turn around. Last point I want to make has to do with, again, what's in the news in terms of the windfall of funding in our state. We have had, this district has done a beautiful job. The parents have been so supportive with advocating for funding locally when we really needed it. But in the long run, if we don't correct the funding model at the state level, we're going to end up having more division and more inequities over time. So this is just kind of I promise in the next 6 months to revisit some of those conversations with our state representatives, because we have to advocate long-term if we're a school district in the Bay Area. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone?
I'm happy to go, Lizette.
Thank you.
So we're here in May, mid-May. It's both hard to believe and probably the longest and the fastest year and the weirdest year perhaps for most of us in our memory. We're in the home stretch for wrapping up a really crazy one. And so I just want to start by saying thank you to our staff, our families, and especially our students for navigating this unprecedented time, as we call it, together. It's definitely brought us closer in many ways, and I feel like it's laid the foundation for our accelerating learning in the months and years to come for our students and for all of us as grown-ups too. So I'm really grateful for those connections, the ongoing connections I've had the opportunity to develop with county and state colleagues over the past month since our last meeting, through calls with elected officials across the county, including Jackie Spear and other state representatives as well, at our San Mateo County School Boards Association, with various activities with CSBA, including a training webinar and expanded learning opportunity grants, and hearing from our colleagues' best practices, research-driven ways that we can help accelerate that learning for our students. And I'm excited to hear about that today as well. Thrilled it's not in my formal school board role, but to continue work with the Coastside Recovery Task Force and thinking about economic development and how we support all in our community to come together and take the next step economically. And also, of course, ongoing meetings with our PTO Alliance and budget advisory committees. I think we formed some really great groups, and they really appreciate our district leadership in particular, and being so open to partnering with people in our community, and for our community members really stepping up and playing really major influential roles in how we do what we do at our schools. So also special thanks on that note to everybody in our community who works so tirelessly to fundraise for our local nonprofits. Coastside Gives raised a record-breaking $1.4 million, as many of you might know. So that's really tremendous. And a special shout out to the Boys and Girls Club that has really helped us really in close partnership support our middle school students, in particular with athletics and learning pods and all that. Thank you for everybody else contributing to making things feel normal. Once again, the City of Half Moon Bay, Little League, AYSO, and other recreational sports programs are getting students and families back into the literal swing of things on the courts, on the field, on the track. I think it's really great for everybody to get out and get moving now that the conditions are safer. And I want to thank CSCA and other organizations in our community. Thanks, Stig, for the reminder just about all the contributions to the scholarship funds that our high school seniors will be receiving in the coming weeks. And that would be really so tremendous to get them off to college on the right foot. So thank you to our CSEA members and others who have really taken that to heart and been part of that. So we've just all learned so much. I think no doubt this year, in the coming months, and as we get it back into school next year, there's going to be the pendulum swinging back and forth from our very innovative ways that we had to do this year to more traditional ways in terms of schedules and whatnot. But I'm really excited that, things are in motion, and we have that opportunity through one-time funding to really experiment a bit and see how we can set up set up ourselves as a community to really take things to the next level for our students. So I'm really thrilled, and I feel like this is our opportunity to come together to make this happen. And the more every single one of us can, in everything that we do, look at one another as partners, not adversaries, but really people to have, there may be a natural tension involved, but how can we really get the best out of each other by working together? I think that's up to every single one of us, and I'm excited for that. Last thing, I'm really excited to continue work with Dr. McFetridge and Lizette Cortez as part of the CSBA Equity Network. And there's been so much, it's been like drinking from a fire hose on that I know we're tossing around some ideas about how we can share that in an organized way with our board and have some conversations about what we learn in terms of integrating those learnings into what we do in our community. So I think there's more to come on that, but it's been pretty exciting. So yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Mary Beth, thank you.
I'm up. There's two things I just wanted to touch on tonight. And one was about our board meetings. And after our last meeting, I was talking to someone about the meeting and whatever we were talking about it. And she said, well, I don't know what else you guys discussed about it in closed session the next day. And I said, oh no, I want to be quite clear with you that we try very hard as a board to be really transparent and only talk about things on the agenda when we're in public. We're a public entity. We're supposed to be only doing things in public. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit to make sure people understand that there is a difference between what you see here at these board meetings and how it is when you're on a regular committee. And it's very strange to come onto a board and you're used to being on some committee where you just see people and you talk about whatever you're doing. We are real careful not to do that here because we want to be sure everyone knows what we all have to say about it. So we're allowed to talk to one other person. So Kim and I are on the real estate committee together. So I might call Kim and talk to her about the real estate committee, but I'm not going to call Lizette and Freya and talk to them all about the same thing. We don't want to be talking as a group when it's not a public forum. So I said to her, no, we try really hard to make things we're talking about public. And the closed session is for things that shouldn't be public, HR issues, litigations, things like that. So I just wanted to make that clear because I think it's really important for people to understand that. Now, if you come talk to me on the street, I'm probably going to know more than the average Joe because I talk to Sean. When I have questions, I'll call Sean up, poor guy. I'm calling him all the time, asking him questions. So that's a way we can get information about what's going on, but we do try to be really careful about making sure we do that in public. And I just wanted to make that clear because it is very different from how other, committees work that you may be on. The second thing I wanted to talk just a little bit about is the structure of our district and how that all works. And I really have loved seeing the collaboration that has gone on between parents and our principals and our teachers. And I love seeing that. And that's how it should be. I realize now that I'm on the board looking back that sometimes as a parent before, I wish I would have been more interactive with the people in the public schools. I came from corporate America. I always figured, they know what's going on. They're doing their thing. The upper management's doing their thing. But again, we're a public entity. We're supposed to be serving the public. So I want to really encourage people to keep coming to the principals and their teachers with ideas or questions or comments or concerns or whatever it is, because we are trying to get that collaboration going. So we have also, our principals are empowered. They are the leader of that school. So if you have a concern or a question or an idea, go see them. If you go to them and your concern isn't addressed, then you go to the next level, which, we have people who do the food service. We have people who do HR. If you don't know who's next, call Sean, call Dr. McFetridge. He knows he's the head of the ship here. So really do feel free to speak up. And then if you go through those channels and you go to Dr. McFetridge and you're still don't think it's right, then you come to us. We don't work for the schools. We're in charge of steering, making sure the ship's going in the right direction. The 5 of us are in charge of making sure Sean is doing his job. So we're the top of the pyramid. So really, I love seeing the collaboration we have. I think it's been great, especially watching it during all this back to school stuff. It was so complicated. There were so many voices involved. I really want to keep that up, and I want people to understand how it works, because that is how we're supposed to be steering the ship. And keep them coming, and don't be afraid to speak up. And really, our principals are empowered to run their schools, and we step in if we see something going off the rails. But I'm not an employee of the school. If you want to know about some agreement that happened with someone, Dr. McFetridge is probably going to have more detail about it than I would, because he works there every day. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, just to make sure people understand. You always, please do reach out to me, but know there are others to reach out as well. And I'm just really happy with how it's been going, and keep it coming. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Where were you when I first was starting to run? I didn't get that breakdown of the duties. It was awesome. Thank
Well,
you.
it's not a regular
Yeah.
structure of a business, because it's different. It's a public thing, so I just didn't really understand all of that either until later. So I don't know if that helps or not, but
It just makes it so simple for someone like me. I thought I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but your breakdown is very helpful.
Learn by fire.
Thank you. Freya?
Hi, yeah. So first, just on a personal, what I've been doing, again, keeping going with the environmental committee, and wanted to thank again the students who presented. And we're moving forward, hopefully going to have a walkthrough in the next couple of weeks for them at the high school, so they can feel some sense of movement on their individual project, and also getting ready for the next environmental committee meeting, establishing goals and kind of procedures for that. And that'll be just before our next board meeting in June. So that's exciting. And also excited to be a part of the CTE advisory meeting at the high school. It got postponed this week, but hopefully in the next week or two with Lizette as well. I think Lizette's on everything. I just want to reiterate what's already been said in terms of the thanks for the teachers, the staff, and the students, and it was a huge burden to get everybody back. But I know that even though there's challenges in doing it, and some of the split classrooms or making things work, or kind of on the ground, there's also, I think, great joy. I've heard stories of kids who are really engaged and excited to be back, and, laughter in classrooms when they're all working together, stuff that just is really difficult to do on Zoom. So I just wanted to have big thanks to everybody who made that happen. And then also a huge congratulations to all of those that are graduating this year. And normally we have such big celebrations, and board members go to each one, and last year was definitely a way smaller version. And I think this year we're probably going to have something in between for all of them, but our next board meeting is after our last graduation. So I just want to say congratulations to those that are being promoted, from 5th grade into Cunha, from Cunha into the high school, and of course our high school graduates who are moving on to the next phase of their life. And in particular, Caroline Dodge, who is our board rep, and just want to say congratulations to you. And Lizette, I don't know if you want to talk about what honor her. I don't know if this is the time or later to honor her in that. But anyways, that's all. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Freya. Yes, we do. Well, I don't. Freya's experienced, knowledgeable, and she's very detailed oriented, so she keeps us on track. But yes, we will be presenting you with a certificate, Caroline, and thank you for all your hard work, your dedication. And it's hard to struggle, to juggle school and sports and be here. And thank you so much. Thank you for everything, and just being here, and just having a youthful, fresh voice to remind us of all the wonderful things that are happening in the schools. Thank you, and the best of luck to you. You must be so proud of yourself, and your parents must be very proud of you. And Freya, and Freya led this on, but hopefully, you don't forget us. And there's a small little surprise coming towards you. So best of luck and thank you for everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And don't worry, I won't forget any of you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
there's your certificate. And
Um,
Caroline, there's something coming for you in the mail. It'll arrive at your house soon. Something for the university that you'll be attending. You want to tell everyone where you're going and what your plans are?
I'm going to Boston University for psychology.
Oh, wow. Yay.
Thank you.
Good luck with the winters. No, it'll be great. You'll love it. Yeah, we got you a few things from Boston University, so they'll be arriving at your house in the next couple days. So congratulations and thank you for all your hard work.
Congratulations, and to your parents as well. Thank you. Okay. I mean, you guys pretty much have said everything. I echo everyone's sentiment about returning and all the collaboration. And it's by no means was it a smooth, perfect plan, but man, it was close to it because and not because of what we didn't do, but just the fact that everyone tried to do their best for the kids. And as a mother, yeah, I was one of those moms where it's like my daughter went from like having a hard time going to school every day to like hating the fact that she doesn't go to school on the weekends. So it's very it's just it's so important, and she's a lot more motivated, and that's awesome. I was, like Sophia said, in the equity training. I think I'm involved in a lot, but sometimes I'm not there. But I try. I try. And I was also we did a paint night for Mother's Day with through Alas, and this was these are these events that they have, and they have a Spanish bilingual teacher who step by step does this, and it's very culturally sensitive, and it's so amazing because it's something that as Latinos we don't really we don't it's kind of silly not to like how dare we like take time to relax and paint, like what's that, and only like professionals do that. But it's so awesome, and it's so awesome to see all the adults and all the moms and the kids. And thank you Alas for doing that. And they've been so successful that I think they host one every month, and it's open to the public, and it's really awesome, and the teacher's super funny, and it's really enjoyable. And then lastly, I've just been a mother, dealing with ELAC meetings and stressing about the LPAC test and telling my daughter not to stress. So it just all those little things. And and to all, and also celebrating Mother's Day. I want to wish all of you ladies and anyone who is in our participant panel who's listening to us. I hope you guys had a great Mother's Day, and as long as you didn't cook and you were able to relax and do whatever, I think that's the best gift. And just in company of your loved ones. I had to work, but I also I'm from Mexico. I'm born in Mexico, so I celebrate the United States because I am a U.S. citizen and I live in this country. And then I also have to celebrate the day of May 10th in Mexico. So I've just extended my Mother's Day to a Mother's Week. So I'm still on my Mother's Week. I mean, I even have Sean serving me tea. So thank you. I try to do the less amount of things possible, at least for a week out of the year. But thank you, everybody, and I think that's it. And yeah, and thank you to all the teachers in the community and everybody who comes together and puts their grain of salt just for the better of everything. Thank you very much. And now we will be moving on to Student Board Representative Report. Caroline, your last report for the year.
I know, it's so sad. Okay, so I'm going to start off with Kings Mountain. So classes are preparing for the end of year assessments, report cards, in fifth grade promotion. They announced that teacher Kate Berkovitz, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, internally transferred to Kings Mountain from Fairlawn View. TKK1 began project-based learning with a driving question: How can we use light and sound to communicate different kinds of feelings without words? Students studied light by creating kaleidoscopes, writing poetry, and creating art. Second grade is reviewing money and adding and subtracting different values of coins and dollars. Third grade is working on dividing 3-digit numbers and multiplying multi-digit numbers in different contexts. Students have been working individually on animal research posters / handouts and are now working on learning about someone who has impacted the world in a mini biography unit. 4th through 5th grades, math focus as well as writing, working on expressing emotions during persuasive arguments, almost done with their financial literacy and just a few more modules in money time. Next is El Granada. As the end of year approaches, El Granada students are participating in the PTO sponsored activities today and tomorrow in the annual fun run, where students raise funds for art in action, music, PE, and other PTO sponsored activities planned for next year. Next week is their annual Art and Science Week, where students participate in many events that focus on arts and science. Activities include virtual visits to science and art museums, becoming a scientist by doing science and engineering experiments, meeting different scientists in a variety of fields, and making art through science activities. There will be a virtual assembly with Wild Mind, a dance party with their PE teacher, a visit with an animator and comic artist, and a workshop with MSI about sharks. The week is packed with exciting activities that will challenge their students to explore, discover, and become artists and scientists. The El Granada community appreciates all the effort and planning to safely bring students back on campus this year, and they are looking forward to the opening of school in the fall with students returning to a normal school day. They wish everyone a relaxing, safe summer and encourage their students to continue to read every day in order to expand their academic skills. Half Moon Bay High School, they are currently in the middle of advanced placement exams. It is amazing how their students are engaging in these rigorous courses and then taking the exams. All students are now preparing for their spring finals. Finals week will be the first week in June, so they are quickly approaching. And the high school is working really hard to plan for a whole senior class graduation. This is a huge undertaking considering the county rules are constantly changing and they do need approval. However, they are excited to think that they will be able to see their entire senior class in one location as a group. Attendance will be more limited than they would like. However, they are planning on televising this event so all who want to see it will be able to do so. Cunha is excited to be planning their field day on Tuesday, June 1st, with games and activities for their students. The next day will be their promotion ceremony for 8th grade, class of 2021, which will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with families each arriving at appointed times to move through promotion stations where there are certificates, recognition, and photos. They are so glad to be able to honor their students in person while following event guidelines and allowing all family members to attend. Next is Hatch. Hatch celebrated Teachers Appreciation Week and Administrative Appreciation Day in the last few weeks, and the next week they will be Classified School Employees Week. Hatch is lucky to have such a dedicated staff and worked so hard this year as they transition from remote learning into hybrid in-person learning. They would also like to thank the PTO for the delicious lunch they provided their staff last week. They also want to say a big thank you to the school community for their kind support and generosity celebrating their teachers. They are focusing on building positive relations now that they are back on campus. This month, their Hatchie announcements have been focusing on happiness, cheer, kindness, and gratitude. During their Hatchie announcements, students' Hatchie High Five raffle winners are also recognized. They are so proud of how safe, responsible, respectful, and kind their students have been now that they have been back at school. They have a sports dress day tomorrow, which will be fun for their school community to show off their sports gear. Next week, they will have a Hatch Spirit Day, where students are going to be encouraged to move their bodies in any way during their asynchronous day. Hatchies who snap a photo and post it to the parents of Hatch Elementary Facebook page or email it to hatchelementarypto@gmail.com will be entered to win a $50 Dick's Sporting Good gift raffle. So good luck, Hatchies. And as the end of the year approaches, they are grateful that they were able to plan for an in-person promotion for their 5th graders. Thank volunteers who are helping them plan a safe and successful promotion event. They will miss their 5th grade students at Hatch, but they know they will do great things at Cunha or wherever they go. They are happy that they hope all Hatchies have a great summer. Please remember to stay safe, have fun, and continue to read over the summer. They look forward to a wonderful new school year coming up in the fall. Fairlawn View, their in-person learning Adventures continue this month at Farallon View. Students have been examining silkworms, mealworms, caterpillars, and more in science class. They've been learning about the life cycle of plants by planting seeds, watering them, measuring plant growth, and tending to the garden. Students have been learning about artists like Monet and O'Keeffe by participating in various art projects, such as self-portraits and watercolor paintings. Sorry. Speaking of artwork, one of their fourth grade students, J.T. Baker, was a finalist in a poetry, music, and art competition sponsored by the San Mateo County Housing Leadership Council. So congratulations, J.T. Finally, they would like to express their gratitude to everyone who participated in the Coastside Gives this year. Thanks to your generous donations, their PTOs will be able to continue providing additional support and enrichment opportunities for their students, opportunities which are very much needed after a year of remote learning. So thank you very much. And last but not least, La Costa Adult, their new high-set testing center had its first completion this week. She passed all 5 areas and has earned a high school equivalency. There are 3 more weeks left of school in the semester, and next year they have a new course to offer, digital photography. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And like always, such a great job. We will miss you, but it was nice to see your beautiful face for the last time. And thank you for being here. But like I said, the best of luck. Congratulations. And now, last but not least, our superintendent report.
I want to join everyone in congratulating students and staff for almost finishing this academic year. It's been a year like no other, as everyone has spoken to and as everybody knows. We are excited that graduations or promotion ceremonies are going to take place in some way. We had much doubt about that. Last year was really very sad that that couldn't take place in the same way, but we have graduation guidelines. And because it being in yellow, we think this is going to be safe, and we plan on it being safe, just as we've been conducting sports. I know this last week when we went into yellow, Brendan Roth, athletic director at the high school, was very excited because he'd been asking me, and I'd been asking county council, when can we get wrestlers wrestling? And county council finally told us, yes, now you can do it. So I know that the other superintendents of high school districts are also excited that we've achieved yellow and that sports and graduations can happen in that way. So it's just good to see more and more students able to get back on campus to get a sense of normalcy. Really makes the places kind of sing. So I'm happy that we're in yellow tier. There is recently today, the Centers on Disease Control talked about masks. And so I was actually at every school campus today, except for Pilarcitos and Los Listos. I've got to visit them tomorrow, but I was visiting and dropping off progress flags to prepare for LGBTQ Pride Month. And it was just good to see everybody sort of in motion, but then I kept getting asked, well, Sean, the CDC says no more masks. Does that mean we don't have to wear masks anymore? I just want to remind everybody, we have an MOU with our unions that says that we will have masks on campuses through June 30th when that MOU expires. And the county is who we listen to, not the Centers for Disease Control. So first it goes to the Centers of Disease Control, then it goes to the state of California, and then it goes to the County Department of Public Health. I want to reassure everybody, we will be enforcing and wearing masks, all of us on campuses, until we say we don't. Basically, the notion is if you're vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask. Well, we can't ensure that everybody's vaccinated because we can't really ask or mandate students to vaccinate. That said, we've been encouraging people to go vaccinate because we know now that 12-year-olds and up can vaccinate. But I have heard also some concern from a parent this week saying, why are you pushing vaccinations? This person has their doubts about vaccinations. We let people know of the opportunities for vaccinations for 12 and up, and we hope you will go to CVS and check it out yourself. You have to have a parent with you. And we do it because the Centers for Disease Control and Dr. Fauci and all the scientists and experts say it is the best shot you have for not getting really sick with COVID-19. So I just want to make that really clear. We're pro-mask. and we're pro-choice on vaccine. People should be able to choose vaccines, and we will continue to provide that information to people. People have asked, Emma asked at the top of the hour in public comment about what about next year. In my last letter to the community, I said that we are planning on a full return for next year. We have let our union leaders know that we are expecting that. You've seen Governor Newsom say that June 15th, it's going to be business back to normal. The tier system is going to go away, and the state of California will no longer even pay us to do remote learning. So it's going to be back to normal. We will take precautions. Leticia Batia and Jesus Contreras have been working with the Opening School Steering Committee and with staff to talk about precautions, but it's going to be 3 feet distancing between student desks. Currently, the guidelines are for adults to say 6 feet away from each other. So, but students can be 3 feet. And so the shape of things to come, I'm hoping that we do have a calendar, and we will come back day 1 and we will have a full day of school with all our students. That is our hope. And I think that the vaccinations and mask wearing and all the precautions, the symptom checking that our families and our staff have been doing, and the COVID testing that our staff have been doing, and also that we've opened up to students on the coast side, we think that's helping us. I do want to also sing praises to Caroline Dodge also. She's been a great student board member this year, particularly during COVID. And so I appreciate that. And Caroline, we wish you well. You saw that Rosie created a certificate for you, which we will give you. And I think it's so great that Freya and the board have, and us as a governance team will provide you a gift. And I think Rosie's sharing that certificate again. So thank you so much for your exemplary service as a student board representative for this year, a year like no other. So Caroline, thank you so much. I also want to say that there was another presentation last week, the Kent Award. We nominated this San Mateo County Award through the San Mateo County School Boards Association, our special day class teachers, our pod teachers, our pod supervisors, and the Boys and Girls Club for their work to lead pods and to have kids on campus before we got back on campus in our hybrid way. And so we're very thankful to the Boys and Girls Club. We're very thankful to our pod supervisors. We're very thankful to our special day class teachers who got some kids on campus even before we got to be back on campus. Of course, we just had Employee Appreciation Month, and I sent an appreciation to staff saying thank you for symptom checking, thank you for going through the vaccination and getting vaccinated if you chose to, and thank you for COVID testing with us. We just did COVID testing for all our staff again yesterday. I do also want to mark that last week was Coastside Gives, and it's important to acknowledge those organizers because they do so much for so many people. I often talk about our partners being Boys and Girls Club, ALAS, CEF, Coast Pride, Coastside Children's Programs, et cetera, but the parents and the community members who deal with Coastside Gives, who organize Coastside Gives, they had a banner year this year, and that money is so important. Just today, I was on Hatch campus and seeing Project Heal, and they've got a huge project going with schools, a couple schools in the district to provide, partnering with Miramar Farms to provide fresh food to families. So to our partners, to Coastside Gives who support our partners and us as a result, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I do want to just quickly talk about public comments. It is true what Kendra Holland said. I do appreciate the blue team. I appreciate all our hourly supervisors. I appreciate all our hourly unrepresented staff. And I am happy and thanks Dig Lynn for working with us and with those folks to get them involved with CSEA so that they have representation and so that we can look at negotiating to the lines that people talked about. I think they're fair questions. And the reason to Kathleen Wall's question, why do they have to unionize? They don't have to unionize, but it sure is easier for employees when they have a union to represent them, particularly then because we can look at job studies, we can negotiate salaries, and we have someone to speak with, and we're not negotiating with individuals. I think finally, to Claudia Lundstra's comments, You know, there have been some things that have been friction points with CUTA over the last 2 years, honestly. I had a very nice call with Sean Reardon yesterday, and he and I discussed almost every item. There are some things we disagree about. You know, I don't want to have this fight in public. I would prefer us to work among one another. I will just say that we aim to, in the spirit of cordiality, in the spirit of partnership, we aim to work with them privately and we aim to follow the law, and we aim to come at these meetings respectfully. I know we have differences of opinion at times. I was in a meeting last week with some practitioners, and they really, you know, they don't want what other people want or what I think we should have. So we need to have those discussions. They're difficult discussions. I appreciate Claudia speaking to it. I don't want to, again, speak to those things in public. Thank you all, to our families, to our community, to our staff members, to our board members. These have been very challenging times. Stay well, stay healthy. It's not over. Get vaccinated if you choose to. Follow the 4 pillars. Take precautions. Wear your masks. Keep distance. We will be doing that in our schools. And there'll be more news. But yes, back to Emma's comments at the top of the hour, we look forward to coming back. And we've told our union leaders we plan on coming back in the fall, as do all districts, with some sense of normalcy and with the same kind of rhythm and cadence that we've had in the past. So thank you. And this is a big meeting tonight. Look forward to that.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. Next item is 4, consent of agenda items. And do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Rosie, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is our action items, or general business, sorry. And the first is the student recognition science fair winners. Dr. McFetrich, would you?
I'll leave it to James Barnes. He was so kind to recognize some students with his science teacher, Kurt Murray. And that's what they will talk about tonight.
Well, good evening. I confess I didn't realize I was going to be promoted to a panelist, so I'm glad I'm sitting right here in front of my computer. Let me pull up the agenda so I can read our recognitions. Okay, so first I'd like to recognize a couple of students who they didn't have to this year just because it was difficult to carry out the science fair, but some students volunteered to go ahead and do a science fair project that normally would be judged here at CUNY, and then winners could go on to the county and to the state. So let me just read what it says here. This year, the famous CUNY Intermediate Science Fair was made an optional assignment due to the pandemic and remote learning. However, students rose to the challenge, and 2 students earned awards in the county science fair. Jennifer Mendez Cortez earned an honorable mention for her project, Get Your Colors Straight, Don't Clog, Keep It Logged. Louisa Kearns placed first at the county science fair for her project of distance Dutch, testing online teaching methods. Louisa qualified for the state science fair and also earned 4th place. We're extremely proud of these students who, despite the challenges of the year, were able to devise projects of real scientific merit, which were recognized by our county judges and made CUNY proud. So congratulations to Jennifer Mendez Cortez and Louisa Kearns for their placement in the San Mateo County Science Fair, and for Louisa to going on to state. So well done, all of you.
And thanks to Kurt Murray also, Mr. Barnes, for helping those kids with you.
Oh, absolutely. I don't mean to forget Kurt at all. He promoted this, pushed it, helped the kids, has been involved from the beginning and all through this process to make sure that they get recognized. So thank you very much, Kurt.
And he's got that cute puppy dog in his emoji and the nice construction hat. And that construction hat looks very much like how he looks on campus most times when I've seen him.
Yeah, I mean, it's dangerous, you know, so he always has to wear a construction hat to make sure that he stays safe.
Mr. Murray, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to thank everyone for putting all their effort into this year. It was a challenging year and they rose to the challenge. So, and thank you for taking the time to acknowledge them.
No, thank you for teaching them and working with them, because if it wasn't for the great teachers, students would probably not show all their wonderful capabilities and their strengths. So thank you, Mr. Murray, for being there for them. And I see Jennifer Mendez is here. And I just want to say congratulations to both Luisa Kearns and Jennifer Mendez. Muchas felicidades y les deseo mucha suerte en el futuro. Sigan adelante con estos grandes proyectos. So thank you. Okay, I'm gonna move along. And do any of my fellow board members? No? Okay, thank you. And then the next item is a staff recognition. It's a technology assistance teachers at Cunha, the binary quintet with Raj, Bichar, Caleb Hartman Pickens, and Jared Milhouse, for Kurt Murray and Aaron O'Connor Brown.
All right, well, I can take this one away as well if that's what you guys like. All right, so let me read the recognition here. So yes, so this is a recognition of a group we call the Binary Quintet. So Raj Betcher, Caleb Hartman Pickens, Jarrett Milhouse, Kurt Murray, and Aaron O'Connor Brown. So when we began the 2021 school year, we embarked on a transformation of our school and education itself into remote online learning. Never before in history would it have been possible to use internet-based applications and communications technologies to allow us to continue instruction virtually during a pandemic where students and staff remained home or in isolation while we carried on teaching and learning. Our IT department expanded our infrastructure, made it possible for us to connect via Zoom and to easily manage application logins, while our curriculum and instruction department helped us adopt a dizzying array of education applications. But at the site, each teacher had to learn for themselves how to manage these apps. They had to learn how to set them for accuracy, for best student use, to sync them, to take advantage of their features, and of course, to deal with the maddening problems and issues that any new technology presents, both in the learning curve and with inevitable bugs. During this time, a group of teachers volunteered to be trained in remote learning techniques and offered their skills as people comfortable with the technology to help our whole staff navigate their way to competent and efficient use. In any school staff, people's comfort level and knowledge of technology ranges all over, and teachers have spent their careers teaching in person. Our group of technology assistants, calling themselves the Binary Quintet, began to hold office hours every Wednesday. They set up professional development sessions for our staff on Google Classroom, Zoom, School Loop, department-specific apps, tips and tricks, etc., and all with video produced and their own Google Classroom site where techniques and advice could be found. We could not have created the rich and robust remote online learning plan that we did without their help, and our staff has been aided immensely by their work to bring us up to speed with 21st century technology. Their enthusiasm, initiative, and creativity have supported all of us at Cunha, staff and students alike. So I want to recognize them, thank them so much for all the work that they've done for me, for everybody else on staff, and to keep our ship going in the stormy seas of remote learning. So thank you again and again, Raj Betcher, Caleb Hartman Pickens, Jared Milhouse, Kurt Murray, and Aaron O'Connor Brown.
Fantastic. And I want to thank James Barnes for taking the time to appreciate, along with Kurt Murray, his students this board meeting, and also his staff, and to the Binary Quintet. for taking the training, and then for offering services to your fellow teachers, I think was just phenomenal. So kudos to all of them. And to you too, James.
Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
And if I can add just a comment too, just my own personal sincere thanks as well to the quintet. I think just as Mr. Barnes is reading the description of the initiative that folks took, it reminded me of an expression that has always meant a lot to me, which is leadership is a choice, not a role per se. And just, I love that folks saw a need and worked together, stepped up, stretched their own horizons, and apply that to help their community and their peers and really ultimately kids. So I just want to add that in really huge gratitude to these 5 awesome teachers that work together with Mr. Barnes, also awesome, to make it happen for our community. So just want to echo the thanks.
Thank you. Next item is 5C, adoption of proclamation recognition June as LGBTQ Pride Month. And Mr. McFetridge, would you please present?
Yes, I'd be happy to do so. Last year, we presented a Pride Month proclamation, and we have worked over the last 2 years with Coast Pride, a local coastside organization, and Jenny Walter in particular. I want to thank her for work that we've done to create an LGBTQ roundtable in the district with her help. And last year with Holly Wade, this year with Jason Owens. And you might remember at the beginning of the year, we worked on policy about, I guess it was the end of last year and beginning of this year, on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Historically, well, there's a proclamation, and I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas Cabrillo Unified School District is committed to supporting the dignity, equity, and visibility for all people in the community. And whereas the Cabrillo Unified School District and Coastside Region have a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning LGBTQ plus community. And whereas many residents, students, family members, and school personnel are part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning community, and they contribute greatly to the enrichment of our CUSD schools and Coastside community. And whereas although advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of LGBTQ plus persons, they still face discrimination simply for being who they are, thus making it important for all districts and all communities to stand up and show support for all our students, staff, and families who are affected. And many cities across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. June, particularly here in the Bay Area, June has historically become a symbolic month in America in which LGBTQ persons and allies come together in various celebrations of pride to support the community's right to live their lives out loud. And whereas this year, although it was made more difficult because of COVID-19 for us to physically come together as persons and allies, we continued to work closely with our partner Coast Pride on our shared goals of developing and implementing ongoing educational equity and visibility projects for our LGBTQ plus students. This June of 2021, we look forward to celebrating Coast Pride's 2nd birthday at the opening of the Coast Pride Center, which is going to be at noon, I believe, on June 1st. And they're doing a ribbon cutting, I think, and sort of opening a center at 711 Main Street. And we strongly endorse such a community center for all LGBTQ plus persons and allies. How wonderful it is the Coastside has this. Where I live in San Francisco, of course, we have centers. To have a center here on the Coastside is phenomenal. And whereas this June, we will again be raising the LGBTQ plus flag at our school campuses and district office, as we did last year, because we're proud to stand in solidarity with Coast Pride and signal to all who are fortunate to live or visit the Coastside that people of all sexual orientations and gender identities and expression are welcome here. And whereas the rainbow flag, which was created in 1978, is a flag with 6 distinct colors, it has come to be known as the internationally recognized symbol of the LGBT community. I think most people understand the rainbow flag. It's probably ubiquitous in the Bay Area, but if you see that rainbow, you'll probably know what a rainbow flag looks like if you haven't seen one before. And the progress flag is what I was said at the beginning of the meeting that I was delivering to school sites. It was created in 2018, and it's added 5 arrow-shaped lines to the rainbow flag. Black and brown stripes to represent LGBTQ communities of color, and pink, light blue, and white, which are used on the transgender pride flag. And the progress flag is recognized now internationally as underscoring the intersections within the community and honoring LGBTQ plus people of color, whose activism inspired the very first Pride Month, as well as people of different gender identities. And thus we will fly the progress flag at the district office through the month of June and symbolize the district's celebration of diversity and the support for LGBTQ plus students, families, and staff in our community. And thus, we hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in our schools, and we invite everyone to reflect on ways we can all live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding. And we will recognize June as Pride Month by flying the rainbow flag and or the progress flag at the district office and all our schools during the month of June. Sorry it took me so long to read that, but I think it's important. In my time as a superintendent in the Bay Area, a lot of people take this stuff for granted. A lot of people still wonder if it's our place. Later in the evening, you will see that I will present for the board an upended hate-based or sort of incident policy that we have to have, because even today, I was talking with a principal about a group of students who had made homophobic slurs. This is where we live. This is human nature. This is what we do. So I think I implore, I encourage, I recommend the board adopt the proclamation of LGBTQ plus Pride Month so that we can remember that we're all human beings. We all deserve equity, dignity, respect. And that concludes my recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, and now open it up for board discussion. I really appreciate you doing this, Dr. McFetrich, and you know, it just raises awareness and rights just as for all human beings, regardless of their identity or who, their how they want to express themselves. And I think it's important more than ever to acknowledge that. And in my ignorance, I when I read it, I said LGBTQ, and then I saw the plus, and I'm like, is that and? So I said and Pride Month. So now I know it's LGBTQ plus. So thank you. Anyone else has a comment?
I'll just thank you also for bringing it to us, Sean. I excuse me, dry throat, had the opportunity to get a preview of the new center on Main Street and to see Jeannie last week during Coast Gives, excuse me. And it's just so great to have a center, physical place where kids can come and play ping pong and meet and have the support and the social and just the acceptance that they need. As all kids do, but as Dr. McFetcher said, just being in certain groups makes it a little ever so slightly harder just in normal day-to-day life to get that. So I'm tremendously grateful to Coast Pride for working hard to make that happen in so many different ways. Also to the ongoing collaboration to work together, as there is such a continuum between school and life. It's hard to separate the two for any human being. So that's really great. And also to acknowledge the intersectionality that's being addressed by raising the progress flag. I think seeing, vulnerable groups that are especially impacted when they fall into two of those categories, LGBTQ plus and race in particular in this case, I think is really special and really, I'm grateful for that as well. So thank you. It continues to be a pleasure to be part of the LGBTQ plus team and to just see the passion and the collaboration that's happening there for our kids. So thank you to everybody.
Seeing that there's no more comments.
Oh, is that, can I just real quick? Sorry. I just wanted to also say thank Sean for bringing this to us and thank Coast Pride for forming on the coast a couple of years ago, all the courageous moms and parents and kids who came together to create that and create that support. And I must admit, sometimes when I see these things, it makes me sad that we still need them. But like Sean said, things happen every day. And there's a report later where we talk about some of the hate crimes, and this stuff does still happen. And it just underlines it, although it breaks my heart, it underlines why it's so important for us to continually reaffirm our commitment to all people. And as Lizette said, all human beings. And as Sean said, being treated with equity, dignity, and respect. So I just want to say thank you for that. And thanks for the Coast Pride group in particular for really bringing it forefront in our community.
Thank you. If there are no more comments, I'm gonna ask Rosie for a roll call.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Rhea,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 5C. Just kidding, 5D. Adoption of proclamation declaring May 10th through the 14th of 2021 as Student Mental Health Week. Dr. McFetrich, would you please?
Yeah,
present?
I'll speak to this real quickly, this one. This came to my attention actually after the last board meeting, so we had to bring it to this board meeting. And oddly, we're celebrating and proclaiming a week that we're in right now. But I thought it was an important issue and ties very much to the presentation that you're going to see later from Martha Ladd. And the proclamation basically says, students' mental health too often can go unnoticed or unaddressed at school. And reducing the stigma surrounding mental health can help empower students to speak up when they need help. And research has shown that adverse childhood experiences can have lasting harmful effects if not addressed. Students across the state of California can be subjected to both community-based acts of violence and school-based acts of violence or threats. Many students in California have experienced traumatic natural disaster events. We've seen them here: wildfires, mudslides, evacuations, earthquakes. Overuse of social media can result in students feeling disconnected from their peers, ironically true. Early identification, intervention, and treatment of mental health and behavioral issues are paramount for a healthy student body and school community. We know this now more than ever this year. And because we serve students in preschool and through grades K to 12 inclusive, we have an opportunity to address student health early and effectively. Martha will be speaking about that with her colleague Caroline Morton later. The need for a comprehensive coordinated mental health services for students in school is a critical responsibility as part of an overall education plan. It's not just, academics now, it's also about our health, our physical health and our social emotional health. And addressing the complex mental health needs of California students is fundamental to the future of California. Thus, it's appropriate a week should be set aside each year for the direction of our thoughts towards our students' mental health and well-being. And thus, we recommend that you proclaim this week, May 10 through 14, the Student Mental Health Week. And I'm hoping, I have this long list of proclamations that have been growing over time. And so tonight I will write Student Mental Health Week, and hopefully Rosie, my conscience and reminder, will remind me next year that we will try to do this before the week. But again, this just came from the state a couple weeks ago. We recommend you approve it.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Even if it's late and you're gonna get on top of it next year, I think it's very appropriate, and I think it speaks very closely to and very related to the previous proclamation. So even though it's designated for a particular week, I think it's just it's so appropriate with COVID, distance learning, and just all the awful and hateful things that people have been engaging in. So thank you for bringing it, and yeah, stay on top of it, Dr. McFetrich, next year. Anyone else?
Just thanks for bringing it forward.
Seeing that there are no more comments, we will go ahead and do roll call, Rosie.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is 5E. It's presentation on school-based mental health, improving the lives of students. Dr. McFetrich.
I'm going to give my colleagues Martha Ladd and Caroline Morton an opportunity to present, and they'll be coming over. I just want to thank Martha for her work, knowing as a former principal in the district so much how this can be used and particularly in our schools here. And I want to thank Caroline Morton, of course, who is really worked so hard with students and with our colleagues on these issues. So I'll leave it to them. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. Good evening, President Cortez, board members, Dr. McFetrich. At the March board meeting, a parent made a public comment highlighting the mental health crisis the pandemic has caused for our children. She noted the need for a comprehensive district and school response to various vulnerabilities this physical health crisis has caused. I'm here tonight with Caroline Morton, Schooling Services Program Director and Clinical Supervisor, to present our school-based mental health program as one step in a process of communicating about our work and our resources so that our families can better know how to connect with these supports. Next slide, please. Tonight, we will briefly look at the mental health and wellness research from which we developed our vision and framework for our SLS program. We will also show how our supports are connected to our multi-tiered systems of support framework. Then we will also discuss our work with our community partners, and finally look back at what we have accomplished this year and to look forward at the coming year and program needs. Next slide, Caroline.
Good evening. As human beings, we all will experience trauma at some point in our lives, be it little t trauma, such as our beloved pet cat goes missing for a couple of weeks, or big T trauma, such as the divorce of our parents, the death of a family member, or the deportation of a loved one. We cannot escape it. Without opportunities to process and resolve trauma, its residue could continue to live in our brain and challenge our access to executive functioning skills. Unprocessed trauma can leave us feeling dysregulated and reactive and raw, even if the current situation or circumstance we find ourselves in doesn't seem to merit it. Most recently, our lives have been upended by the pandemic, where some of us lost our jobs or, as our teachers experienced, had to navigate the unknown waters of learning a new skill in order to stay afloat, such as teaching online while juggling the care of young children. The pandemic has impacted our students, our teachers, our staff, our parents, our community. But perhaps a gift that we can take away from this pandemic is that it also highlighted our need for mental wellness. These small fractures of trauma that we all have experienced in essence have widened. During the pandemic, the typical straight A student is now getting D's and F's and totally disengaged. The already struggling child who at least attended classes is now checking out completely. The student who thrived on the basketball court is now missing every shot. Children are presenting with symptoms of anxiety and depression at a higher rate. It's front and center, and we cannot ignore the reality that we need mental health support for our students, our teachers, our staff, and our parents, because in the end, it benefits all of us. Next slide, please. One of the things our district has done really well is developed tiered levels of mental health and social emotional learning support. We have a framework and we have a language. Tier 1 are universal interventions. These interventions are seen in the classroom, such as implementation of PBIS, classroom workshops, and Connect with Kids, a district-wide SEL program we're adopting and which Martha will talk about in a little bit. Tier 2 are early intervention and targeted school interventions of students with mental health and behavioral support needs, such as referral to our schooling services short-term counseling program. And Tier 3 intensive school intervention includes longer-term counseling support, home visits, and referrals to outside support services for wraparound services. The data is clear. School communities with robust mental health and social emotional learning programs have lower truancy, lower dropout rates, lower substance abuse, increased graduation rates, and overall well-being. Next slide, please. Martha?
Previously, we've looked at the concept of Maslow before Bloom's. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a framework for assessing human motivation. In this model, the higher needs in the pyramid begin to emerge when people feel they have satisfied the previous needs. Bloom's taxonomy, on the right, is a hierarchical ordering of cognitive skills from least complex to most complex. In this slide, the two frameworks are positioned side by side, when in actuality, they should be positioned to show that meaningful student engagement will occur when safety, connection, and belonging are in place. They should actually overlay each other. This doesn't mean that all little t and big T issues need to be resolved or healed to create conditions for learning. What it does mean is that students will learn best when they want to be on campus, when they feel physically safe and psychologically safe to take academic and emotional risks, when they feel connected to peers and their teachers and their school community. Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports, PBIS, is our universal process to assist teachers, staff, and administrators in paving the way for creating and teaching consistent expectations on campus and in the classroom. PBIS processes support teachers, staff, and administrators in consistently building positive relationships with students. PBIS is a restorative framework as opposed to a consequence and punishment framework. The success of PBIS in our schools will consistently create the needed conditions for learning. Schooling services providers consistently work within our PBIS framework and utilize PBIS tools for their work. Next slide.
The Schooling Services Program has developed a three-pillared approach: prevention, intervention, and education. Rosie, next slide, please. Prevention targets school-wide intervention with the expected outcome of offering tools and common language around social emotional learning and personal wellness. For example, we've offered relational aggression groups, mindfulness groups, and most recently, upon returning to in-person learning, we joined with our school psychologist to push into Cunha's sixth grade social study classes to check in and offer tools for wellness as many students were expressing the need. Intervention shifts more into Tier 2 and Tier 3, such as individual and small group counseling. We've offered grief groups, empowerment groups, just to name a few. In addition, COST, which stands for Coordination of Services Team, are meetings that are held bi-weekly at each school to identify students that need support. Students are identified through teacher staff referrals, PBIS data, attendance data, and the COST team was implemented to help create consistency in how we respond to the wellness needs of our students. They include administrators and SLS representatives, school psychologists, and counselors. And education, which falls into the Tier 1 as it's available across the board. This year, we started a monthly family engagement webinar series on the third Tuesday of every month from 7 to 8 p.m., highlighting SEL and mental health topics and programs. For example, this next Tuesday, May 16th, we've invited Safe Space, a youth-led mental health-focused organization dedicated to the empowerment of our youth. They will be screening quarantine diaries and include a panel discussion. The thing about the three pillars is that they can be interwoven and flexible. This is the benefit of having an in-house mental health program that has the flexibility to respond quickly to the needs that arise. Next slide, please. Martha.
So how does all this fit into our MTSS framework? Within multi-tiered systems of support, there is an art and a science to successful implementation. A tiered framework with functioning structures and systems allows us to orient ourselves in a manner to develop plans, provide service, and have positive outcomes. This is the science. In this slide, you can see the major domains of an MTSS framework are academics, behavior, attendance, and social emotional learning. As Caroline demonstrated in the previous slide, schooling service programs are interwoven throughout each of these domains. How they are interwoven is the art. Additionally, Schooling Services is supporting Cabrillo's participation in the MHSSA grant. That stands for Mental Health Student Services Act grant. San Mateo County has received a 5-year, $5 million grant. Through this grant, our district will receive a vertically articulated TK through 12th grade social emotional curriculum called Connect with Kids that will allow teachers in every classroom to interweave or completely dedicate time to specific social emotional learning topics. This grant also funds Care Solace, a wellness referral program, a part-time counselor at Pilarcitos, and we have available to teachers the opportunity to participate in CRIM training. CRIM stands for Community Resiliency Model. It provides self-care skills and competency for adults in our school. CRIM skills help us to take care of ourselves so we can respond to our students when they need our care. Our CUNA teachers have already participated in this training. Caroline, next slide, please.
Teacher wellness is also imperative to the success of our students. Several years back, Schooling Services partnered with TeachWell and adopted their curriculum to offer monthly staff wellness groups for teachers throughout the district. This innovative approach combines social emotional learning skills, restorative practices, and mindfulness to increase the overall wellness of our educators. This, in turn, benefits the overall wellness of our students and their academic success. In essence, our educators must be well to teach well. Next slide, please. And our success relies heavily on our connection to our community partners. Interwoven with the direct service we offer is the links to our resources within the larger community. So some examples are El Centro de la Libertad and adolescent counseling services, who are key to our alternative to suspension program at the high school in Cunha. Alas and Star Vista, who offer individual counseling to our students in collaboration with our SLS program. And we're currently formalizing our collaboration with Coast Pride as we plan to extend our SLS internship program to offer support to their after-school programs. Next slide, please. So just to give you a glimpse of what we've accomplished this year, we've averaged 960 face-to-face, remote, and in-person counseling sessions with students. Approximately 120 people have attended our family engagement webinars in total. We've offered 29 staff wellness groups this year, and we've offered hundreds of home visits across the district in coordination with the school counselors and administrators. We're very proud of our district's efforts, and there is more work to do. Next slide, please. Studies from the past year show that student anxiety and depression is on the rise. Isolation and online learning exacerbated a fragility that perhaps was there all along. The data is showing us that we are experiencing a pandemic fallout that will affect student mental health and academic outcomes for the foreseeable future. Martha?
While the Schooling Service program has been successful this year and has provided high quality service across all tiers of support, across all grade levels, it exists within our district as a part-time program. Our program director is also our clinical director and is part-time, and our interns are also part-time. As we all have experienced a worldwide pandemic, social unrest, high unemployment rates, high adult stress and social isolation, as we all acknowledge the importance of emotional well-being in ourselves and in our students, it is not a big jump to say that in the coming year, our students, our teachers, and staff are going to need us full-time. So we end with the question, how are we going to author our next chapter? Thank you very much, and we're here for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. For being a part-time program, I am blown away by how much you've actually accomplished. So thank you. I know that you've got the interest of this community foremost in your planning. So to circle back to your question, to go full-time, does that mean more of all of these pieces, or is there something left undone that you would want to touch on?
Well, some of the problems that we have sometimes is that we don't actually have the personnel capacity to run every group that we have available every year. So for instance, a plan that we've had is to do a relational aggression groups in both for all of our second graders and for all of our fourth graders, and cycle every year between second and fourth grade, so that by the time our kids leave elementary school, every grade would have a cycle of a relational aggression course. But at times, we don't have the capacity to actually do that, to actually get to every school to provide that service. We also would like to, maintain fully staffed interns. And when we have interns, that means that we have to provide clinical supervision. And clinical supervision means that each intern gets an hour of Caroline's time and then 2 hours of group supervision. So as a 20-hour employee, literally half of her time is spent providing clinical supervision. And she also provides opportunity. She's also works with our cost team and also provides direct service to students. So we feel that we would need to really to meet the needs in the wake of the pandemic, that we would need to broaden our reach to make sure essentially that we're able to do child find and not miss a child who needs us.
Thank you.
I want to thank Kim for seeing that rhetorical question and asking and paying attention to that last question, because I told Martha, be prepared to answer the question. Look, this is all about capacity. I mean, that's what we've seen. And when we were in a budget crisis, we were looking at making hard decisions and wondering how we're going to deal with the capacity. And now we're in a place where we can say, whether it's through ELO and the presentation on extended learning opportunities that Dr. Bhatia will present with Mr. Contreras in a bit. This is a time when we're going to be able to take some of our resources and say, hey, what are some core functions we have to take? And the paradigm shift for us is now, because as Caroline mentioned, as Martha's mentioned, this has been a year like no other. And we know that that will have a residual effect going forward. For any of us who have suffered trauma, I think all of us have suffered some kind of trauma at some point, you know what we're talking about. When you've had somebody there to help you, when you've had a service or a resource you could call on, that's been instrumental and everything. And so I thank Martha and Caroline for having a plan. And I think I wanted to put this out there so that the board understood that we intend and hope to staff appropriately so we can take care of our kids, so we can work with our partners who take care of families and kids and community members, and so we can take care of our staff. Martha, I hope that captured it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. McFetrich.
And thank you. I mean, it just makes so much sense to go to the core of issues, because I think it really speaks on, equity and, just because the student is in class physically doesn't mean that there's not a lot of other stuff going on. And I know, Carolyn, you mentioned about deportation and things like that, which are a reality, and it's another form of trauma. So thank you, and thank you, Dr. McFetrich, for being so supportive, because not only COVID, but it's just, I think it's been long overdue. So it's very uplifting to hear.
Yeah, you've done a lot, but there's a lot more to do. So thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, I also want to reiterate my appreciation, Martha and Caroline, of all of the work that you've done over the last year and pulling it all together for us and also for the community to let them know what we've been working on. And it is really amazing what the program has grown to be, and I'm excited to see what it can become. It's great about the grant from the county with the uniform curriculum. I mean, I feel like we've been talking about a uniform social and emotional curriculum since the very day I got on this board. So it's great when sometimes you get that outside support and kind of nudge to really get that implemented. So I'm excited to hear more about that. Also, it sounds like there's some real room for that. Maybe this is what you're talking about, the child find, the bottom tier, that everyone gets it, but in that process, you then maybe find those people who you didn't know were having problems, because I think that often happens. And I don't know what kinds of ways you're thinking about doing it. I just wanted to raise what was brought up earlier from Kim and also from one of our teachers about the art. And I don't know if you've explored at all any kind of art therapy or other stuff that, because sometimes kids don't even know they need to ask for help, right? And so if you get more things integrated into their actual classroom curriculum that's fun, but that also helps them to recognize if they have issues or to heal or to do other things. I don't know where, I'm not clearly an expert in that, but I just think that could be potentially an exciting area to expand as well. So I just wanted to raise that. So thank you both so much for all of your work.
Well, the thanks as well is tremendous. And just thinking about mental health, you know, I almost made the comment earlier when we had the Health Week proclamation that we always wish one day we don't need any of these proclamations to make kind of the obvious, you know, stand out if just for a short period of time, because I feel like every day is mental health day. Every week is mental health week. It's so foundational. And thank you for reminding us about the hierarchy of needs and these like paradigms that seem kind of academic because, you know, they're cited and they're research based, but are so foundational to every single thing that we do. And there's just, we all know there's no way a kid's going to remember what are the 4 nucleotides of DNA if they feel like I'm really sad because my parents are getting divorced, or big T's or little T's, as you guys described, which I really appreciate that distinction too. So, you know, I think keep on growing things, you know, and it's great the more we can keep this at the forefront. This has been such a tremendous, wonderful overview. And I love, by the way, that slide that you had with the partnerships, because I've been feeling this like sea of acronyms. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys work with so many groups. That's so wonderful to be able to like tap into the expertise of Star Vista or Coast Pride or whatever, and really be able to orchestrate that coming together for our students. I think that's really awesome. So keep it coming. I'd love to continue hearing more. And as you get up and running and establish systems to be able to report to us on how many kids we're seeing and where are the problems and how you're using that information to continue to refine what we do for our students. I'd love to see more about that. And I'd love to see more about like how our individual schools are also doing initiatives or taking initiatives like kindness campaigns at the high school or buddy benches at elementary schools that are also kind of like research driven ways to really directly address the issue as the curriculum will. And I'm super excited about that as well, that we're focusing you know, our efforts and our resources on those activities, because it could be a lot of different things that we do, but I really appreciate the expertise that you guys bring to shepherd us through that process of growth and development as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If no one has any more comments, we'll move to the next item. Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Martha, for the wonderful presentation. Next item is 5F, approval of the Expanded Learning Opportunity, ELO, grant plan. Dr. McFetrich.
I'm gonna let my colleagues, Leticia, Dr. Bhatia, I think she will lead off here. I think she'll probably work with Mr. Contreras, our CBO too.
Yes. So good evening, President Cortez, board members, community members. And it's such a nice transition from hearing the MTSS and SEL work that Caroline and Martha is doing, because you're going to see this threaded throughout the presentation. And well, we're happy, Mr. Contreras and myself are here today to give you an overview of our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. And if you don't mind, Rosie, going off to the agenda, we are going to just give everyone a quick overview of what is the ELO plan, the stakeholder input that we obtained in tandem with LCAP input, and then provide you a little more details on the focal areas that we are seeing through the various input through steering committees, task force teams, as well as LCAP input. Jesus?
Okay, so President Cortez, members of the board, all of these concepts that we heard from Martha and the previous presentation, as Leticia led with that this is to keep in mind as we look into what the ELO, the expanded learning plan that we put in front of you for approval. Most certainly the pandemic has disturbed the way that we have taught, the way that we have conducted business in schools. And with that drastic disruption came opportunities for experimenting, came opportunities for us to innovate the way that we do business. And it has certainly forced us into new ways of thinking. And the expanded learning opportunities is exactly that. New ways in which we can articulate ourselves as educators, ourselves as the deliverers of the promise to our students. And with that, we have two basic premises. One, that we addressed what our most immediate needs are. And second, that we lay the ground for much long-term transformation. And I realized that I have used in the past the word infrastructure to mean that we are going to be laying out what is that long-term transformation that we're going to be erecting so that we can then make sure that we set the structures in place, that we operationalize the structures that Caroline and Martha were talking about. Just want to let you know that infrastructure is a word that I really like. I'm a teacher at heart, but my background is in engineering. I'll be talking about infrastructure and systems, which is basically, that's part of me. Infrastructure systems in place that we can use to operationalize those structures that we would need to deliver the promise. So on the next slide, we would like to let you know what are we talking about and what is that it has been legislated as expanded learning opportunities. We have the for in-person instruction grants, we have been given about 900 plus K, and we have been given about 200, a little over $2 million. But of those $2 million, we're going to have to make sure that we set aside about $200,000 for the development and hiring of paraprofessionals to help us then deliver the promise to our students. And that leaves us with an expanded learning opportunity that about $1,800,000. So that is the basic amount of dollars that we can get to use through August of 2022. That is about a year. That is about a year to operationalize the structures, the systems that we can then use for a long-term transformation of our practice, of our delivery to learning for our students. Now, our next slide, it's basically, so what is this money for? At the core of all of this is that we implement recovery programs. Recovery programs that do not mean remedial programs. It means ways in which we can accelerate the delivery of learning opportunities for our students. And legislators want us always to remember that whatever we do, these learning recovery programs, we must address the needs, as we said, the needs of our students who are most in need of those services. This list that you have seen many a time of our low-income student, our English learner, our foster youth, all of these children who are at risk of abuse or neglect, and then any of those students that did not get the opportunity to register for kindergarten this year. This is the intent of the legislators to make us sure that our recovery program is inclusive of all of these groups, but it is not exclusively for these groups. This is a reminder from the legislators to decide, to tell us that whatever we do, we must also be responsible for delivering services to these students. So our next slide, it's seven strategies that we must, Rosie, can you give us the next slide? 7 strategies that we can use, or this is the framework for the expanded learning plan, that we extend instructional learning, that we accelerate the progress of our students to close those gaps. And this is very important, number 3, that speaks exactly to what Martha and Carolyn were referring to, that we build integrated supports to get the barriers of learning down. To do that, we can do it through community learning hubs, and that we do the credit deficiency of our students. That we is pretty open in the sense that we can add academic services that are going to be resulting in the learning recovery. And of course, to do that, as Martha and Caroline were referring to, we will need, all of us, we will need to learn, train ourselves, relearn, unlearn, relearn, and then reinvent ourselves as educators. So in the next slide then, some of the things that are important or key concepts to keep in mind, that this one-time dollars is to complement, it's to serve supplementing the instructional program. All of those wonderful things that we already have in place for core that our teachers are delivering to our students, what else can we do to serve as a recovery program? How are we going to be supplementing this instruction? And as Martha and Caroline were talking about, how can we support and supplement the behavioral, social, emotional, and any other integrated services that we can bring to our students so that they can come to, we can bridge them to success. And keep in mind that not too long ago, we did not know, or very few educators knew, what trauma-informed practices are. Now, I am so thrilled that in all the years that I've been in education, I think we know a lot more than we ever knew about education. And I'm so glad that we can now really look into what those trauma-informed practices are that I am looking forward to learn and put in practice and make sure that I can deliver some of those practices to support the social, emotional well-being of our staff and our students. Okay, so these are key concepts that we would need to keep in mind for this expanded learning program. And then and the next slide, I basically give you some of the parameters that are provided to us. We, out of these funds, we need to spend 85% for in-person services, direct services to our students, on those 7 purposes that just in the previous slide. And of that ELO component of the grant, that we minimally spend 10% in the hiring or developing of paraprofessionals. Those are the 200,000 students plus that I talked to you about earlier, as I broke it in earlier. And that we also may use up to 15% of that to improve the services for our students who are participating in distance learning. So these are the parameters for fiscal parameters for the grant, and the 7 basic strategies upon which 7 buckets upon which we can spend this grant, and then that we can then build and improve and strengthening the structures that we have that are in the multi-tier systems of supports, as Martha and Caroline were referring to. So this is the dollars and the purposes, and Leticia is going to be walking you through the rest of the presentation on the actual plan.
Thank you. And so slide 10, Rosie, a little bit on our input throughout the last few months. And although we have obtained, as I know that we were mentioning earlier about having this year being the most input that we received from multiple stakeholder groups, particularly our parents, our staff. We had weekly, if not bi-monthly meetings with Opening of School Steering Committee, site task force teams. That input completely aligned to the input that we received with Expanded Learning Opportunity and LCAP. And so here on this slide, you're going to see an overview of the meetings that we held with our stakeholder groups, particularly DLAT, PTO, CUTA, CSEA, leadership, as well as our Opening of Schools Steering Committee. And after reviewing this input, we categorize the 7 focal areas that Mr. Contreras spoke about into areas that we feel the funding should be distributed. And on slide 12, Rosie. So here are 7 areas, and the bold are the areas, the numbers are basically what we feel those funding sources should be distributed in. If you look at the plan, and for the community that is listening to this presentation, the plan is attached to the board agenda. That's about a 5 to 6 page plan that gives you details of how the funding will be distributed. The first one is extended instructional learning time. And we feel that this can be done through after school services, definitely our summer school that is looking very positive to be about 80% of what we have presented to you the previous board meeting. We're still working with partners, but we do hope to serve about 500 students this summer, and particularly using some of this funding to support those summer programs. Continued professional development, both on content as well as SEL. And part of the after school services, that could also include some intervention teachers, teachers on special assignments that maybe can shift their day to start a little later to offer after school interventions for our students. The next focal area is in regards to the acceleration progress to close the learning gaps through implementation, expansion, or enhancement of learning support. So these are above and beyond the core. And so the question has been brought up of, can we use this for class size reduction or to lower class sizes? This particular funding source is above and beyond. It's not meant to supplement the core or supplant the core, correct? Jesus is supplanting. It's meant to supplement and expand that core instruction. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. As Jesus mentioned, we do have to save 10% for paraprofessionals, and we're looking at English language bilingual paraprofessionals. We hear this, that we have newcomers coming into our schools, particularly in late elementary and middle and high school, and we need bilingual paraprofessionals to support. Our teachers have expressed that throughout the input as well as this past year. We also are looking at teachers on special assignment, intervention teachers, MTSS, professional development, curriculum. We also are looking at both curriculum that's digital and non-digital to support the classroom in giving those direct services to our students, giving the tools that our teachers need in their toolbox. The next one, assessment and data monitoring in order to ensure that we measure the performance of not only English language arts, but social emotional learning. This is our panorama survey. In order for us to measure SEL, we do need a tool that's norm reference in order to measure. So this is an example of what that would look like. The third focal area is the integrated student supports to address the barriers of learning. And this is where we see different pillars of this is one particular pillar of MTSS. Yes, we have presented MTSS at the 50,000 level view. The next two pillars that we want to focus on this upcoming year is exactly what Martha and Caroline presented. We want to look at that mental health, social emotional learning for students with PD, with curriculum, with additional leaders to help with the training and the support, counseling services. Also important, which is the third part of this section, is being able to provide those tiered supports in two areas, academic and social. But in order for us to do this, we need a lot of help because we need to be able to figure out the demographics and find out with all of the academic and social assessments which particular subgroups need that additional support. And we're very lucky to have San Mateo County Office of Education take us under their wing and give us about $30,000 to $40,000 of services next year to help us with the data piece that in turn will help in giving those tiered interventions. Because right now through the student study team, we need to also improve our student study team process. And I know Martha and I and Caroline will work together to further define that process. But when a child has either a tier 2 need or a tier 3 need, we define it, but there's no place for the child to go. And so those are the tiered interventions that we need to define so that as we continue with SSTs next year, we have very cleared tier 2 and tier 3 services that will look like partnerships with all of our different communities, many of them that were presented in Martha's presentation. ALAS, our Boys and Girls Club, that can push in services and also can support our students by when we do see a need, then we're able to define what that tier 2 and tier 3 intervention looks like. After school intervention, we mentioned our teachers on special assignment that come in to help with providing intervention, help with providing push and support, but also a model that I have seen work is that the teachers on special assignment that we would post and hire for, they come in a little later than the start of school so that their day ends about an hour after the students get out, and there will be that intervention teacher after school. And that model has worked, and we hope to once this gets approved, then we would post and begin that interview process so that we can define those services for next year. And the next one is a community learning hubs. I know that we did write a grant. Unfortunately, we did not receive those $1 million. And this community learning hub, though, through the ELO funds, is it's some work that I know Mr. Contreras and Randy and Dr. McFetridge are working on in partnering with our technology center and a nonprofit organization to support students after school and even on the weekends using the portables at Cunha, one of the portables in Cunha.
Leticia, Dr. Bhatia, if I could speak to that real quickly. We haven't spoken about that with the board because we're exploring this with a nonprofit and a philanthropic foundation. And so we're going through that right now with CEF and with Boys and Girls Club and with ALAS. But our goal would be eventually, and Coast Pride, but our goal eventually would be to have a spot there right next to the library where we could, have wraparound services, telehealth, counseling, and a computer lab that could be used by adult school for a workforce center and for the adult school for our adults, as also it could be open for ALAS and Boys and Girls Club and CEF to use after the school day, different Coast Pride also to use for community partners. Again, we have not brought that to the board because we're still trying to hash out the details with this great philanthropic partner to see if they will bring us the computer lab for free. The money would not be spent on that.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge. The next one, the next focal area for ELO is to support credit deficient students in order to complete graduation. And we're already starting this work despite these funds. We will be offering an additional PE section this summer in order for us to support the students that have failed the physical education. This year, there has been an increase in the number of students needing PE. Summer school for credit recovery, we are offering, I believe it's 4 sessions, an AM and PM. Online credit recovery sections during the regular academic year, and we have informed our high school to increase those credit recovery sessions because our counselors at the high school are seeing that need of increased supports to ensure that our students graduate on time, our 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. And of course, additional counselors. This also wraps around with some of the previous focal areas. We want to increase additional counseling support for students in order to improve college eligibility and mental health needs at the secondary schools, including additional counseling services at Pilarcitos. Academic services for students. Again, this is looking at additional certificated and paraprofessional staff to push in services and help accelerate classroom paraprofessionals, particularly to support English learners and our low performing students. And last but not least, the last focal area is around social emotional health and academic needs. And what this would look like, again, professional development and MTSS, having some data leaders at the site. We have heard through the binary quintet that was acknowledged today, that position is instrumental as we move forward next year. So we want to continue to carry on these amazing leaders that were at the sites K through 12, supporting their colleagues in the new technology and the new curriculum that is coming. So we want to look at that, at additional math support, at ELA, ELD leads, and staff wellness opportunities. The data systems, and this is work that Mr. Contreras has started already, looking at data zone, including Panorama in order to help us measure the SEL, and our continued use of School Loop at our secondary sites. Also, we want to be able to support distance, and although right now we aren't planning to have hybrid, the in-person and potentially we will continue to have 2 programs for next year. We hope that most of our students will come, and we do see that from the input from parents. Most of our students right now will be coming back to in-person full-time. There is a small percentage of students that have been more successful with the independent study home study model. And so we want to make sure that we offer the curriculum and the supports for Pilarcitos to support that additional increase, even though it's not going to be at the same rate that it currently is right now. And of course, and this is what I mentioned, technology and data leaders throughout. Also, I want to give a few more examples that are threaded through these 7 areas. We talked about enrichment specialists. So I do want to mention that those conversations have been happening around having enrichment around the STEAM and the VAPA, the technology and visual arts and performing arts, because having enrichment specialists across particularly elementary sites will allow not only to support our developing VAPA master plan, but it also will allow to support intervention during the school day. We don't want to just focus on intervention and after school, but also during the school day. And we also want to acknowledge our partners will be instrumental this summer. I know Jesus and myself, and I know Dr. will be reaching out to the partners to see if there is an availability to have them push in first into our schools before we go external and finding alternative partners. But nonprofits and partners will be instrumental this year in order for us to give those wraparound services to our students. And also looking at middle school and potentially secondary, potentially elementary, a leader to support the academic, the recovery piece and the academic and social emotional intervention to help with that data and with tracking our students and making sure that they are receiving those tiered supports that they need so that nobody is left behind as we enter the next academic year. And I think that summarizes it all for Jesus. Did I miss anything?
No, I just want to add that as you see, this operationalizes a lot of the thoughts about um, the recovery plans, and we're really looking forward to enrich all of this with our teachers, with our classified staff, so that we can, along these seven strategies, we can then come together to what it is actually going to be the Cabrillo unified way of implementing multi-tier systems of support to get our students successful. I just want to add that in December of 2022, we will need to report back to the legislators how we did with these funds, what we spend them on, and what our results are. So we get the expenditures up until August of 2022, but we report to the legislators on December of 2022. And that's why you saw in the plan that page 5 of the plan has an empty column, whereas the actual expenditures are going to be reported. I think that's it. And questions from the board?
If this is an action, do we need a motion first?
Yes, it's an action.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
A second.
So I'll open it up for discussion. And I'll go at the end, you guys. Kim?
I can go. First, I want to honor the hard work and heart behind all of this, because I know that what is behind this is making our children successful, and thinking about what the needs are because of this year of stress in COVID. That said, it's the monochromatic shades of gray flag, not the pride flag. And I say this because the first time that the arts were mentioned was in kind of the last couple of breaths on slide 12 in terms of the enrichment specialist. And I'm gonna read something from the California County Superintendents. We talk about being data driven. And if you were to dig down into the state superintendent's plan for visual and performing arts, it includes data-driven assessment to see the impact of arts. But the statement is the visual and performing arts are an integral part of a comprehensive curriculum and are essential for learning in the 21st century. All California students from every culture, geographic region, and socioeconomic level deserve quality arts learning in dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts as part of the core curriculum. And what I appreciate in that language is that it's not just an extra. So my ask would be that there hold space for maybe different language rather than enrichment specialist. Maybe it's a integrated art specialist. Start to think about, you know, if we don't, as a group, as a board and administrators, use language in a different way and talk about this as being part of the curriculum, and it's always an add-on. And the reality is the summer school presentation last month, really, you nailed it, Dr. Bhatia. I mean, because you talked about how it all fit in. That's the piece that I worry about. I worry because I've seen the decline in this district. And in reality, I know you go through the schools and our spaces are rich with artwork and it's rich with music. And I know that it's part of the fabric of this community, but we started this presentation with all of those prioritized groups and the importance of social and emotional wellness. But those prioritized groups can't pay for extracurricular activities by the yard. Their parents don't, and they can't. And that's why it's so important to have it be part of the day in, day out learning experience. So to the point that Claudia Lundstrom made, you know, I don't think the arts in this plan are mutually exclusive. I think that it's probably in there, but my ask is that we start to pull it up and acknowledge it in this district just a little more. Thank you.
I'll say a comment. I just want to thank you guys for pulling this together. I think you had probably a matter of weeks between being notified that you had to pull this plan together and needing to pull it together. And I'm glad I was able to go to the webinar with CSBA, because now like that gave me really good context for what you're describing here, and to see that alignment with those best practices that they described is really strong. So I'm really grateful that you're able to pull that through and to start thinking about how we can operationalize that to benefit our students in a very short time frame, right? These are things that we can do in a year that, as Jesus has referenced, will also, you know, I think of it in a way also as like an innovation grant that we can kind of try different things that we know are in line with our objectives, well, in line with the spending requirements, first of all, of course, what we're allowed to spend it on, but also in line with our objectives to move towards really integrating or really adopting MTSS as our model for education. I think I could see that all throughout this presentation. I think that's really fantastic, and to really help, you know, strengthen the mental health foundations that we provide our students is really great, and to really focus on those students with the greatest needs is awesome. I think working with partners to make sure that we can leverage their expertise where we don't have it in-house is super critical. And I think that can be ways that we can make sure that we reach our community perhaps even more effectively than we could on our own, by hiring, you know, CUSD staff per se is working with, as Lizette talked about, the capabilities that ALAS has, for example, around arts and culture and things that are really relevant in our community, and have the trust, very importantly, the trust of our community that we're trying to reach is so huge. So I appreciate that you're really calling out those partners in terms of really, you know, being a shared capacity that we have as a community. So I don't have questions because you were really thorough. I know we'll have more conversations about this as things kind of come to fruition, but I'm really appreciative and think this looks really, really great. So job well done. And, you know, thank you for having such a strong process for outreach to get the input from teachers, families, you know, everybody around, as you're doing LCAP as well. I know we'll hear more about that next month. So yeah, looks really good. I'm really appreciative.
I think it looks great as well. I mean, it's a lot of money with a short time frame. So thanks for pulling it together. We're not really used to having a big influx of money. We're used to having no money with long time frames, and we've got a lot of money with a short time frame. But I'm happy to see the attention to detail that you've put it in, and the amount of deep thought that you put into it as well. So I think it looks great.
Freya, do you have anything? No? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think everything has been said. I think for me, it's first of all, I just have to say it's been an honor to know you, Jesus, and you, Leticia, because you guys work from your heart, and that really speaks volumes. And as a parent, that has made me very hopeful. And as a board member, it's a pleasure to serve on a board with people like you who are leading these great projects and working so hard. and just doing the best you can, even with the small amount of time you guys are given. But you guys are such smart and just knowledgeable people that I'm not surprised. So thank you for doing that. I think at the end of the day, it's not really the program. You could find all these programs and do all this research, and it's more of the teachers who are behind these programs and who make the connections with these students and who teach these programs, because you could have a best practice on anything, but if the teacher is not making those connections and not pushing the program and not really doing service to the program, it's worth nothing. And like Jesus said, it's about being flexible and open-minded and learning and then relearning and then forgetting about what you just learned and learning something else. And sometimes it's hard, it's hard, and sometimes it's not the easiest thing to do, but we are going through difficult times, so it's the right thing to do. And also, like Sophia said, we're in an equity training, and that just what you just said just hits the nail on the head when it pertains to one of the points in our equity policy, which I'm going to read, and it's the second one, and it says analyzing expenditures and allocating financial and human resources in a manner that provides all students with equitable access to district programs, support services, and opportunities for success, and promotes equity and inclusion in the district. Such resources include access to high quality administrators, teachers, and other school personnel, funding, technology, equipment, textbooks, and other instructional materials, facilities, and community resources or partnerships. So you guys have done an excellent job. And I think if we focus on our equity policy, I think all the right things are going to fall in place, because LCAP, all those red lights on the dashboard, they're the targeted kids and they're the targeted services, and it just all makes sense. So thank you, and thank you for doing all that great work.
I just want to echo that. Jesus and Leticia have done phenomenal work leading this, but also in the interest of service leadership, working with so many partners. But I also want to echo what Lizette just said as our president. And what I think is important, this board has consistently talked about equity as a goal. We do hope to revisit the equity statement and bring that back in the fall. It's been a goal that President Cortez has asked me to address again, particularly because of the concerns we've seen in the world this last year, and because we need to start, I'm hoping to start a strategic planning process next year, now that we've gotten through a budget crisis, now that we've gotten through a COVID pandemic, heavens willing. I think it is time for us to go back and look at our mission and look at our vision and make sure that equity and social justice are in there. To a certain extent, this conversation about equity and social justice is important more than ever now, because we know the people who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic are students of low socioeconomic status who have been locked out because of the digital divide, or because of academic capital, and also students who are English language learners, students of color. And these are the areas when Lizette Cortez speaks to, President Cortez speaks to the red lights on the dashboard. Those are the areas that we really need to address. We can talk about all kinds of things for all kinds of kids, but we can't leave some kids not accessing college and career readiness. So I look forward to this supplementing and not supplanting our services. And I look forward to working with all our different partners, ALAS, Boys and Girls Club, CEF, Coast Pride, HEAL Project, the continued work of the Visual and Performing Arts Committee, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, and thank you, Mr. Contreras, for leading so many families and so many staff members in this work to identify this. I do want to say to the board, this is sort of something we have to approve tonight to be able to get the money. it was a comprehensive review, and I appreciate that. And that's it.
Thank you, Dr. McPetrich. So if there are no more comments, could we do a roll call, Rosie?
Yes, Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Freya, you didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me. Maybe my internet connection's not so good.
No, I heard you. I said Sophia. Thank you, Freya.
Oh, aye.
Sorry, Sophia. Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. I kept thinking, who's Kimberly? I
Oh,
usually
sorry.
was like, Kimberly, who's Kimberly? Just kidding. Thank you. And moving along, our next agenda item is 5H, the COVID-19 relief funding. Dr. McPetrich, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. This is, Jason Owens prepares this for us as our Director of Pupil and Personnel Services. I could pull him on board, but this is a short thing, so I'm just going to talk about it. The County Office of Education requires us to have an expulsion plan, and there was a COVID-19 expulsion plan, and it basically says that we have moved many workshops and family meetings to virtual conferencing because of the limited gathering restrictions. That includes family workshops, professional development trainings, student study teams, and student attendance review boards, SSTs and SARBs. And when these gathering restrictions are lifted, those workshops and family meetings will go back to in-person with an option for virtual, since this option's allowed families to attend while meeting other commitments. I will say that it's been very interesting this year that, you know, going to the board meeting, for example, going remote, we've had so many more people coming to board meetings in some ways, right? That's been very interesting. Most districts have reported that. And similarly, in some ways, the ability to use this technology allows us to have more family engagement. In the case of expulsion or mental health services or discipline or counseling, we can offer that all virtually. Once those restrictions are decreased, we will offer the supports in person, and we will adhere to any safety measures. For students who are offered independent study or home teaching as alternatives to expulsion, the district will continue to offer these options with distance learning. Students and families can safely drop off and pick up materials while meeting COVID-19 safety measures. Students on home teaching may receive instruction through distance learning sessions. And when restrictions are lifted, we will support the student and family with any transition that's taken place. So this is just something that we have to do by the state law. And we did that with the county, and the board was provided not only this plan, but also the plan that was approved by this board in 2018. And so we recommend approval so that we can submit it to the county and they can submit it to the state.
I thought it was just an informational.
Oh.
I have it as an informational.
No, this is an action item.
Okay, okay. Okay.
The motion.
Lizette, we are item 5G, approval of COVID-19 expulsion plan.
Just kidding.
Motion to approve.
I see COVID, yeah. Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Oh, sorry. Is there discussion? Does anyone want to make a comment? No? All right. Seeing that there's no board discussion, we will move on to a roll call. Thank you, Rosie.
Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Okay, now it's another COVID item. That's why I see COVID and I just generalized it all. This one is a COVID-19 relief funding.
This is an information item.
Thank you.
No problem. And doing well. The timing is good. It's 8:30. We're doing really well on our.
Keep going then. Don't stop us.
Okay, so Mr. Contreras will present on this. There were some board members who had asked us for some information about like the funding, the big picture. And Mr. Contreras is that guy, the Chief Business Officer. I don't know how he keeps all this straight, but his presentation is next. So thank you, Mr. Contreras. But Mr. Contreras, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you. Rosie, if you can please give us the slides for the COVID relief funding. So there was a time when instruction was happening and then COVID happened. And with COVID, we had to, in March of 2020, leave our schools and go and do a different type of learning, distance learning. And I'm just going to be bringing the board what happened, how much those relief funds that came to us and how they helped us and their uses. So Rosie, can you give us the next slide? My intent is to tell you about the purpose of each one of those pots of dollars, what the allocations have been for Cabrillo, what timeline there is for expenditures, and where are the legislated uses, and how is it that we are using those dollars. So in the next slide, I want to just separating how many dollars are California state dollars and how many dollars are federal dollars. So in this slide, the state of California responded immediately with the SB 117, which basically gave us $52,500 that went real fast immediately after the pandemic hit. But then we got what we are called learning loss mitigation dollars, which were state dollars that were provided to us on account of our LCFF counts. Those were 244,000 K, and those were the dollars that were paired with the federal dollars, the second yellow there, those federal dollars that we got $1.4 million for a concept for learning loss mitigation. And then we got some governor dollars, the year $1, $187,000. The $1,477 were our grant based on our LCFF counts also, and our the 187K were given to us based on the number of students with disabilities that we served the previous year. So those were the CARES dollars. And then there's a number of ESSER dollars that came at the same time. I'm going to go a little bit more in detail on those, but my purpose in providing you here, the California funds and the federal funds, just to give you an idea of the amount of dollars that we have received. Most recently, just May 5th, we were granted the highlighted dollars that are just the ELO dollars. The highlighted dollars are the ones that we just most recently have had, and the plan that you just approved for us to spend. So I'll be going in detail. This is to give you an idea of the state contribution, the federal contribution to our COVID-19 relief funds. So the next slide gives you that picture of the first dollars that we had. But in here, I have added that $1.4 million we received in March of 2020, but they ended in December of 2020. Those are the dollars that helped us survive the PPE, all of the immediate emergency purchases that we had to make to survive and to bring that. I want to let you know also that the dollars that we received based on the student with disabilities, which are the 187K, those will expire next year in September of 22. So we are aligning our expenditures based on what generated them to the extent that we possibly can. But to the 187K, the 1.4 million, and the 244 million, those three are comprising what we call the CARES dollars. So that is the $1.9 million that we called CARES. Now, additionally, we received the first ESSERS dollars to the tune of 96K. Those are, we received those based on our Title I allocation. So different concepts, we receive different amounts. So the purpose of those first 187K, 1.4, and 244 are exactly the same. The purpose of the 96K were to serve students in most need of academic support. So in tune with Title I. So in the next slide, Rosie, the CARES uses, those three pots were basically to facilitate distance learning, to use for those personnel that we changed what they were doing. In this case, like our drivers were taking the food out there to our community. So we charged some of those salaries because we had changed the basic driving children into driving food and to our community. So we also use this for personal and protective equipment and to improve the remote learning. So those highlighted ones, those were the most used of these dollars, the CARES dollars. The others were very small amounts. We kept it on our regular. We used minimally, but the highlighted ones were the higher used of those dollars that expired in December. So these are the CARES dollars. So next, Rosie. Now, if we want to look at those three pots as a whole, this is what they were designed to do. Learning support, expanded learning, other academic services, connectivity, integrated services, professional development, and food, breakfast and lunch programs, and health and safety and public health. These were the uses, and those were the dollars that we used for that purpose. The next slide, and this is what we call the CARES dollars, ESSER dollars. I already mentioned that there was 96K, slightly different. Now we are looking into what are we doing for our students with the most needs, and these are the uses that we had: mental health, summer schools, any other things that the principals would need to support the academic, the learning needs of our students with most needs, the Title I type of student that we support. And the next slide, Rosie. So then it came in last December, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, the CURSA, and this brought us 300 ESSER 2, second round of ESSER 2 dollars. Again, these ESSER 2 dollars are to support our students in most need. And we have 378K that have been allocated to us. And there's a second round of Gear 2, which is we have not seen yet how much of that we're going to be getting. But this Gear 2 are to support some of our students, support the district with those students that are not in public schools. So next slide, Rosie. The latest one, the American Rescue Plan, that we don't have allocations for this either. This was just recently authorized by the Congress, and it basically is to support the reopening of our schools. And similar to the ESSER 1 and 2, this one is has a requirement whenever we know how much we're going to be getting of this, that 20% will be used to address learning loss. So the next slide then is now what the state has just in March also provided. This is the same information that I shared with you. This is our AB 86, our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. I have already mentioned to you the amounts and what the uses are for. And the next slide is just a different way. You have seen this, it's for a learning recovery program. And in the next slide is the uses, the same 7 uses in a different format. This is from our School Services of California. These are the same 7 strategies that we are allowed for. So it's I also gave you a glossary of terms with all this different legislated acts and Senate bills and Assembly bills that have provided us with this funding. And again, my purpose was to give you the state and federal components and what their basic use is. The California Department of Education also put together a very succinct chart of these very funds with summarizes, and it's in the packet, summarizes the different uses and this different funds that I just gave you. This is an information item. Are there any questions from the board?
Jesus, thank you so much. Wow, it's so exciting, and that all this is going to happen, and the kids are coming back. So thank you. I really don't like numbers, but you make it easy to understand. I still don't like them though. Anyone else?
I'll just thank you as well, Jesus, for your financial leadership on this. This is a bit of an alphabet soup of one-time funding. I'm super grateful for it. That's kind of a little shout out to our state and our federal officials who are advocating for this and making it happen for schools across our state and across our country. So I'm really grateful to you, and I will also give a shout out to our accounting staff that's having to manage this, because I know this is going to take a lot of work to kind of attribute and pay out from these specific buckets, the appropriate line items. And that's a lot of extra work as opposed to having a general fund, that you can use even with the special, categorical funding that we get in a normal year, but to have this one-time funding with different dates that you need to use it for, and all those invoices and all those, things that go into executing this complex plan, just because of the nature of the situation, and having all these different supports over time is a great opportunity. I'm grateful that you've shared it with us. And I think that's really important and helpful for financial transparency and accountability. And I think that's really a strength that that you've brought to us, Jesus. I'm really grateful for that too. So that's it. I probably, if I sat down and had, looked at each specific thing, I'd have a couple more questions, but I think it's the presentation and that cheat sheet that you described from CDE, also looked at that a lot too, and it's really also really clearly laid out there. So I'm really grateful for that too.
I do want to also appreciate Mr. Contreras for leading the Financial Advisory Committee for the last year. And I know how much those members appreciate all the information he provides too.
Yes, thank you. If there are no more comments, we will move on to the next item. Thank you very much, Jesus.
Thank you.
Next item is item 5I, approval of Siserco Energy Solutions and Energy Efficient Project, the solar. Dr.
Right.
McFadden?
So I'll introduce this, and I think our Siserco colleagues, Gabe Johnson and maybe some of his other colleagues will be presenting tonight. We've spoken a lot about this in the last year, longer than a year and a half, about using solar and solar is in use as far as generation at Cunha and the high school. And so the board, when we asked if we could have direction to look through this, we started to get a proposal together. We worked with Siserco, and they have been looking at ways to bring solar generation, to explore solar storage, which is a longer story and probably something to come in the future, and EV charging, electrical vehicle charging. And Gabe presented to you, I want to say in the winter. Gabe, take it away, unless Mr. Contreras, you want to introduce also. You're muted, so maybe not. Gabe, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. McFetridge. Good evening, board members. Nice to see everyone again. It's a pleasure to be back here. We've valued the relationship we've had with the district over the last couple of years and put a lot of work into this project. And here we are tonight to present to you the project as a whole and ask for your consideration to allow us to move into an implementation phase. So without further ado, next slide, please, Rosie. Okay, so we continue to focus on energy. Siserco has been working with the district, like I said, for a few years now. And, the thing about energy is it brings numerous types of benefits to school districts. It's not necessarily just about one thing. The triple bottom line concept of people, planet, and prosperity really does apply. So both energy efficiency and solar PV can bring benefits both with dollar savings. They obviously produce significant carbon reduction and benefits to the planet. And it's also an opportunity for both staff and students to learn about, those green collar jobs, renewable energy, energy efficiency. What does it mean? What does it stand for? What do the jobs look like for the people that work in these types of industries? And it's just really exciting to be involved in these types of projects and bring this information forward to the district. Next slide, please, Rosie. So when it comes to energy, we continue to preach the concept of reduce first and then produce second. And the district has done a fantastic job of kind of following that game plan. As you all recall, back in 2020, you approved a comprehensive energy project that Siserco has embarked on with the district. We've been at it for probably close to a year now. We're about 80% complete. Super exciting in terms of cost savings, nearly $180,000 a year in electricity and gas reduction. And that was really the first step in this longer term plan, conceptually being to reduce the energy within the financial means as much as possible. It's cheaper to save energy than it is to produce energy, generally speaking. So we wanted to find those measures that are viable across the district where we can implement energy conservation, because in addition to just saving energy and money, It also improves infrastructure along the way. You get new HVAC equipment, new lighting, controls, etc. And so now that we have a grasp on what the impact is going to be from the energy efficiency project, we've moved over into really the second phase of work, which is the production of solar PV. And so there's a little snapshot here on the slide that just gives a real high level overview of what the specific project looks like. But basically, we're talking about 3 separate systems, slightly over 700 kilowatts of solar PV. We're estimating that the installation of those systems is going to reduce the electrical spending by the district by $250,000 annually. And at a price of $2.7 million, this project will pay for itself in slightly under 10 years. Next slide, please. We spent a lot of time with district staff evaluating the feasibility and the potential of solar at different locations. And through those efforts, we really landed on Cunha, Hatch, DO, and that's actually Pilarcitos as well, and Half Moon Bay High School as the 3 primary areas that we focused our efforts on. There's challenges in some of the other locations, whether it has to do with shading or the future of the sites, with potential renovations, et cetera, things like that. So we landed on these particular locations as the best places to look to install solar PV. And we went through a little bit of analysis at each site, and I'll talk a little bit about the high school in 2 more slides here. But where we landed after that effort was 2 sites at Cunha and 1 site at, or 1 system at 2 systems at Cunha and 1 system at the Hatch. We call it Hatch District Office Pilarcitos. And the reason we call it that is because all 3 of those properties are what's called a contiguous property. And in the solar world, if you have contiguous properties, you can install solar at any one of those locations, and you can credit the other meters at the other locations in terms of energy offset. So that presented a really good opportunity to install some solar systems that I'll show you here in a second. And the systems were sized to offset 100% of the electricity at Hatch, the district office, and Pilarcitos. So it really provided a good opportunity with a nice layout to install the systems that we can kind of hit all 3 of those sites, if you will, from energy offset. Next slide, please. Okay, so at Cunha in the lower left, so once again, there's 3 different systems that will be installed. The lower left is actually what we call a repower system. The infrastructure, the steel framing, the racking, et cetera, that already exists. The system that is there is about 13 years old, and technology has changed quite a bit over that time frame. And so the panels that are being manufactured now are much more effective, productive in terms of the wattage in comparison to the size of the panels. So what we discovered is we could reuse the steel in that infrastructure down there in that system in the lower left, and simply install newer, more high wattage panels that are more efficient and more effective to ultimately boost the solar production at that location. And then we identified the roof up in the upper right-hand picture here of the screen at the Boys and Girls Club as really a premier location. As you can see here, there's a lot of nice flat roof space to install a pretty good solar system up there as well. And we'll be working with DSA to go through the process of doing all the structure analysis and all the engineering that's necessary to make sure that roof is structurally sound and that system is, actually we've done that work. And so we do know that that's going to be a viable system for the district. So those are 2 of the 3 systems. And the third one, next slide, please, Rosie. This is the contiguous property. So you can see out here in the parking lot, this is a rendering of what the system looks like here on the right. But you can see that there's actually 2 systems that kind of butt up against each other in the parking lot. Those systems are sized, once again, to offset the electrical load at all 3 of those sites, the district office, Pilarcitos, and Hatch. And it provides a nice opportunity for location because there's an electrical panel just a little bit over here to the right. And these systems will tie in nicely. And from a constructability standpoint, they provide a good opportunity to build a nice kind of rectangular layout to use this covered carport structure there, as you see in the picture. Next slide, please. Dr. McFetrich also touched on both EV charging stations and battery storage. We have continued to work with the district to explore those opportunities. These systems that we're showing you here in the project, they are designed to account for future capacity for EV charging stations. So the system at Cunha is designed to accommodate for 10 future charging stations. And then the Hatch system is designed for 20 future future EV charging stations. We're currently working with several actually different incentive programs that exist throughout the region to try to bring in some funding, outside source funding, to help offset the cost of those EV charging stations. So we've submitted applications and we're working diligently with those programs to try to secure the funding and get approval. That hasn't happened yet, so these chargers are not part of this project, but we expect to get approval in the near future. And then once we have those numbers, we can come back and share with the group what the costs would look like in terms of out-of-pocket dollars by the district, and then incentive or grant or rebate dollars coming in from outside sources. So the EV charging stations are very much on the radar, and we hope to have some good news about those soon in the future. Next slide, please. So going back to the question that folks may be asking, why not solar at the high school? And this graph here kind of tells the story. As you may know, there is an existing solar system at the high school. It is about 13 years old as well, just like the system at Cunha, but that system has actually recently been repowered. So there are brand new solar panels on that infrastructure that previously existed. And this chart here on the left shows what that breakdown was between the solar power generated in the green and then the electricity that was purchased by PG&E. And this was pre-energy efficiency project. And so after the completion of our energy efficiency project, we will have reduced the overall electrical load at the high school by 20%, which is about half of the power that's being purchased by PG&E. And so by doing that, there's really only this little square here in the right of electricity that's being purchased by PG&E. The remaining power will be generated by the existing solar system that's already there. And when we look at the rates structure at the high school and we compare those to the other sites, the rates are quite a bit higher at the high school than the other sites. And so to install solar at the high school to offset that remaining use from PG&E, it is doable, but it would be a very small system. And because of the higher cost for the rates, the payback simply wouldn't be as good as the other projects at Cunha and in the district office in Hatch. So we recommended to the district not to install any more solar at the high school, because in essence, that site is very close to zero net energy already. So I think that's a great story for the community if folks are asking that, because of the systems that are already there and because of the energy efficiency work that's recently going to be completed, that particular site by default is already real close to zero net energy. So there really isn't a need for additional solar at that site. And next slide, please. And then as far as battery storage goes, we touched on this in some of the previous presentations, but as a reminder that the purpose of battery storage is really twofold. It's for backup power, obviously, when the PSPS shutdowns happen, when the power gets shut off, kind of keeps the lights on, keep the air conditioning running, things like that. But it also provides an energy savings component. And if you think of where we're at with the cost of electricity nowadays, the most expensive electricity is between 5 and 9 p.m. And during the day, it tends to run quite a bit cheaper. And so when you have a battery storage system, what you're able to do is you're able to charge those batteries when electricity is cheap during the day, complemented by your solar systems. And then you can discharge those battery storage systems during those hours when electricity is the most expensive. So it provides an opportunity to save energy through a term what we call energy arbitrage. And it also provides backup storage for those shutdown situations. Battery storage systems are still somewhat cost prohibitive. They're not as attractive as some of the other energy measures yet. We feel like the technology is going to change over time to where they do become more attractive financially. There currently is a program, we call it SGIP. It stands for Self-Generation Incentive Program. that will offset a good chunk of the cost of the project. But even with this SGIP incentive, the district is still looking at a cost of somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000 per system, which is a pretty heavy lift for what you get out of the systems. So what we've tried to do is see if there's outside funding. We worked with the district to apply for a grant not too long ago to try to offset 100% of the cost. Unfortunately, we weren't awarded that grant, but there are other programs that are available. There's a program through PG&E called the Community Microgrid Enablement Program that we're currently exploring with the district. And there may be some other financing programs that come online in the near future that can help offset even more of the cost than just the SGIP. So the direction we've received from the district so far is, let's keep the design, let's keep the thought process in motion. It still makes sense to pursue this technology, but let's see if there's other sources out beyond the boundaries of the district where we can bring in additional funding to help pay for these systems. So that's kind of where we're at right now with the battery storage systems, excuse me. Next slide, please. In summary, these are the highlights that the district will benefit from this solar PV project. You can kind of read through it. Obviously, the big one is $250,000 in cost savings. No better feeling to be able to produce your own electricity locally on site and get away from that PG&E bill that it's daunting now, but a lot of the forecasts that we're seeing are showing the rate increases by PG&E to increase significantly over the next few years. So the more independent that the district can become on PG&E and dependent on their own systems, the better, both from a financial standpoint, and then also going back to that triple bottom line, the people, the planet, and the prosperity. There's also, obviously greenhouse gas reduction. There's opportunities for the students to engage. And this project will include a software interface. Our intention is to have it linked through the district website so that students, staff, community members, whoever wants to, can log onto the system, click into the solar system itself and view how the system is producing and what kind of benefits it's bringing to the district. So these are just a couple of the highlights that the project will bring to the district. And next slide. And this last slide here is, it's just a timeline of the construction process. So, if the project were approved this month, we would basically kick things off and move into the pre-construction services as early as next month. And then there's several, it's quite a long time to get through the DSA approval. The market is very saturated right now with subcontractors and material providers. So it will take a little bit of time to build the systems, but we expect that by the end of the year, next year, 2022, the district will be fully online with these solar systems and experiencing the benefits of those cost savings that we presented here in the presentation. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to open it up for any questions.
I just want to thank you, Gabe, and it's been a lot of work by your team with Jesus Contreras and Jim Crawford, and I know we also worked with another organization in San Diego whose name is
CSE.
Yeah, the Center for Sustainable Energy, to sort of like, poke at this and make sure that you were doing your work. I do want to point out on the slide that before this, what I found interesting is the fact that we would have software and we could show what the power looked like. Rosie, can you back it up a slide? That number 6, the software interface to view the district's entire system performance. Remember, just last board meeting, we had, I want to say Annie, Ona, Elijah, and Kai presenting on the environmental committee. And one of the goals that they brought to us was they wanted to make this kind of stuff transparent. So that would be a great assistance to us in this. And I'm glad you've thought about that. I know when you walk into Half Moon Bay Library, for example, if you look to the left when you're walking in, you see a monitor and it shows you what their solar is doing. So I think it's been important that you've sort of analyzed this both at the high school and in the potential future builds. I'm going to leave it to the board now, but I wanted to thank you and highlight that this is going to be, if the board approves it, this would be $250,000 in savings annually. It would pay for itself in 10 years and would get us closer to being net zero at Hatch, Pilarcitos District Office in Cunha. And I'll leave it there.
Yes, thank you, Gabe, for hanging on. You're actually lucky we're not that late on, but thank you for staying on and for the presentation. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Kim, do you have a comment, or I see
Oh,
one?
thank you. No, I appreciate all the effort that goes into this, and thank you for the presentation. No detailed questions.
So I also just want to reiterate the appreciation for the proposal. I had a couple questions that I would love to not necessarily right now, but maybe later get a little bit more information on. And two of them that I think are really exciting is the education curriculum piece of it, and also the job CTE. So at some point, I'd love to hear kind of how that can be integrated more. And as Sean mentioned, also the data analysis, because that was one of the goals of our environmental committee. So, and maybe this is something that we could explore more with the environmental committee as well in terms of the curriculum, the job part, and then how to integrate it into the other data analysis that they want to do, which is more on waste and other kinds of issues. So yeah, thank you so much, and look forward to hearing more about those particular parts in the future. And it was only about 10 years ago we installed, because I was on the board and I've only been on the board for 10 and a half years. But anyways.
My apologies for that.
No, that's okay. Just to let you know.
I'll just reiterate the thanks. I think this is really a smart investment for all the reasons that you described, Gabe and Sean and Jesus previously. Clarification, just to make sure I understand, for the high school site, Gabe, you were saying it's basically not cost effective to add that extra little bit to bring us up to 100% self-powered. Is that right? That like last 14%, it's because it's so small. It sounds like it's just not worth it, because it'd be too expensive to build it for what we get out of it.
Yeah, it starts to become one of those situations where you balance the concept of achieving zero net energy versus the cost to get there. And to put it in perspective, these projects that we're presenting here are slightly below a 10-year payback, but with increased rates at the high school, you'd probably be looking at somewhere between a 15 and a 20-year payback. But at the high school itself, the dollar value wouldn't be as high because it's a smaller system, but turn wouldn't be as good. So it starts to be a question of how much do we want to spend to actually get to that zero net energy status.
And when you say higher rates at the high school, do you mean higher like PG&E electricity rates, or what? Okay.
Yeah, exactly that. The rates aren't always the same at every facility, and the high school happens to have higher rates than the other side.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. I mean, it's a little side note. So I'm gonna pick your brain separately afterwards. Like,
yeah, I mean, we have data.
I know it's energy and it's regulated, and it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, our engineer has all that data readily available. So if you'd be curious to actually see what the difference is, I'd be happy to provide.
Yeah, just my nerdy question of like why they make it different in the different sites. Because I didn't realize like power is power, right? But yeah, it's interesting. That's great. Thank you. I'm fully supportive. I think this is a great, like I said, a great investment in people, planet, and prosperity as well. So
thank you.
I've got a question, and I mean, you probably don't know the answer to this, but how long do you think these panels will last?
Well, the life of the panels themselves, they're under warranty for at least 20 years. So you're going to get a pretty long lifespan. I think what we see is as technology changes, like we saw there at Cunha with the repower, there may be a point in time where it might make sense to reevaluate. But as far as the life and the longevity of the equipment, yeah, you should get 20 to 30 years.
Well, so I guess what I'm thinking of is like Freya said, if we installed those panels originally 10 years ago, and then it took us 10 years to pay them off, and then you have to repower them, do you just end up at net zero if you keep doing that. I don't know, maybe they've been there longer and then it makes it worth it. But, and then I'm just curious too, what do you do with the old ones?
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that you necessarily have to repower them. I would say that the opportunity to save costs by reusing some of that existing infrastructure presented the opportunity to, go back to that same spot. When we ran the numbers and kind of looked at different sites and costs and savings, that solution just looked better than the others. And as far as what to do with the old ones, there are programs out there where they will recycle the solar panels or potentially reuse the panels. I was actually just talking to a member of my company who had a contact of someone that is in that business of repurchasing and reusing old panels, excuse me. So we'll certainly provide that information to Mr. Contreras and assist with anything we can do to reuse or repurpose those panels. But we just like everyone else, we don't want to see them go in the landfill.
Well, and I guess it makes sense if, as long as you're able to use them for the amount of years it takes you to pay them off, then
Break even.
you look at it, or break even, you can relook at it and see if there's more cost savings there.
And that, if I could say, Mary Beth, one quick thing. So what you said reminded me of just, I like also how you kind of looked into the EV chargers and the batteries, and the batteries particular are, my understanding, which is like a 0.01%, Gabe, of what you have, if that. But it seems like the solar panels, from my understanding of the industry, is a more mature technology. So probably over the last 10 years, a pretty steep advancement in the technology versus the batteries are probably still a little bit in that early part of the curve where it's advancing steeply. So I really appreciate the thought from our district staff as well, and working with you to kind of know where to go and know where to plan ahead and monitor and look for technology that really will last. We don't have to be cutting edge, bleeding edge, but it's nice to kind of find that sweet spot where we can be cost effective as well. So thank you. Sorry, Mary Beth, to interrupt, but it was kind of like a piggyback on what you just said.
Yeah, no, good. I was just curious too, the other thing is why do you do carports instead of on top of the school, like at Hatch? It seems like it'd be expensive to build all the carport stuff rather than just stick them on the roof.
It can be more expensive. It's a combination of the fringe benefits that come with the carports. A lot of districts tend to like the shade, the protection that comes with the carports, but also the rooftops can be very challenging with DSA. And that's the biggest thing. It's not an easy task to get through DSA approval on rooftops. And so there really needs to be a level of due diligence to make sure that the roofs that are chosen will get through a DSA approval, and not all roofs are created equally. So
they're worried about the weight.
The weight, right? Yep. The mounting, when there's high winds, when you're in a wind area such as Half Moon Bay, all of those things get considered, and it can be challenging and timely to get the rooftop systems installed. It's not impossible. We're going to do it at the one site, but not all the other roofs around the district are as in good a shape to hold solar panels.
Just for the public and everybody to know, DSA stands for Division of State Architect.
Right.
So
sorry
this
about that.
This acronym is literally the acronym that makes everybody, architects, builders, everybody sort of say, can we get it past DSA? And there's a reason for that, because DSA is, wanting to make sure that we have standards that make safe schools, so or just safe public facilities.
And I assume you looked at that with Hatch. Would it be cheaper to do them on the roof, or why didn't we? It seems like it might be cheaper, that's all. And we're in Half Moon Bay, so the shade isn't so important to us because we're not in a scorching climate like other places.
Gabe, I think one of the reasons why we also thought about it as carport is because of the ease of use. You didn't impact students necessarily by putting it on top of the building while you're doing it. And also for the chargers, it's easier for the chargers.
Do we know cost?
And there's offset on roof, the timing of when you have to do roofs as well. I mean, there's costs with having to change, if there's a leak or you have to do maintenance on your roof, now you've got solar on there that makes it more complicated. Mary Beth, back to you, when you were talking about the life, the way I interpreted what Gabe said was if we've got a 20-year warranty that these solar panels are good for 20 years, the payback period is 10, it's gravy for another 10. And most of the time when you've got a warranty, it actually lasts longer than that. So that should be the minimum. So and the reason I point that out is because then once you have the payback period done, that's even more cost savings, if you will. Because we are, I know that some community members ask the question and are very sensitive to how we're spending our bond money. And if we were not doing this, all of those savings at $250,000 a year, that utility bill gets paid out of our general fund. So this is actually helping to alleviate stress on the general fund that pays for the resources for teacher salaries, for everything closest to kids. We're protecting our general fund by using that bond funding. So I just wanted to acknowledge that piece.
And the bond did specifically talk about energy savings for that reason when the bond was written. So we explored that also just to make sure that that lined up. But yeah, we've been talking about this for a year and a half when we were back in our budget crisis. We don't happen to be in that budget crisis right now. But again, when you talk about that triple bottom line, I think Gabe refers to it as people, planet, and prosperity. Some people talk about it as people, planet, and profits. When you think about how this could be good for the people, and I mean the employees, when it's good for the planet because of reduced greenhouse emissions, and when it's good for profits, yeah, that's the triple bottom line.
Well, and I guess the sooner you do it, the sooner you start seeing those cost savings. So time is of the essence.
That's one part I would add is that the estimated $250,000 savings is year one. Each year that those rates increase through PG&E, where the district is less dependent on those rates, that dollar amount of savings will increase annually. So when you look at it over a 20-year cash flow, the dollar amounts, it's pretty significant.
So we might even see our break even earlier than 10 years theoretically.
Well, we factor in an escalation and anticipate
okay.
escalation, which is conservative. We use, I think it's 3%, but the rates with PG&E have been going up 5 to 7%, over the last couple of years, and it could get worse. So at anything above 3% is additional savings for the district.
Okay, if there aren't any more comments, we'll go for a roll call. Rosie?
Yes. Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate your time and consideration. We're looking forward to this project.
Gabe, I want to thank you and your team, Chad and Scott and those guys, and the Center for Sustainable Energy, and Jesus and Jim Crawford for working with you guys and poking holes at this all along the ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Do we want to do a curfew thingy? Or, I don't think we'll be done in a half an hour. Hello? Does somebody want to?
Sure, motion.
Oh, there you go. I need to be proper correct about this. Is there a motion to go past curfew?
Yeah, I just made it. Motion to go past curfew.
Is
Second.
there? Okay. Next item is an informational item, and
Do we have a second, sorry?
Yes, it was Kim.
Oh, Kim. Thank you, Kim.
We need to vote on it then.
Yes, we need to
Just
vote.
kidding.
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next item, item J, it's just an informational item. It's the review of the CUSD staffing needs and the reinstatement of previously approved 2019-20 budget cuts. Dr. McFetrich?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Rosie to bring up this presentation and I'll walk through it because I created it, because I was the one who created the discussion about budget cuts during our budget crisis. Was it only a year and a half ago? This is a review of our staffing needs and a reinstatement, proposed reinstatement of previously approved 2019-2020 budget cuts because of our budget crisis. Next slide, Rosie. Please bear with me. I'm going to read these slides. It's not how I normally want to do things, but I tend to write, when I write a PowerPoint, I tend to write it like it's a paragraph, right? So look, in October 2019, we got notice from San Mateo County Office of Education saying, you are in serious trouble. You could be taken over by the state. You're risking fiscal insolvency. There was much gnashing of teeth. The board did not like me. The community did not like me. We talked about all kinds of cuts, but to avoid district takeover, we had to do some things and the county required it. And they showed up to every board meeting for a year. And then FCMAT came in, not because we invited them, the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, but because the county pointed them to us and said, you will, thou shalt. And so the governing board approved a list of cuts that we proposed that had been compiled by my predecessor and Jesus's predecessor with a team. And there was much gnashing of teeth about, you know, well, those aren't the cuts we talked about. No, don't do those cuts, et cetera, et cetera. And it was not a fun time, as you will recall. And staff began to implement those cuts once the board approved them. And then by October of 2020, well, if I go back, March of 2020, what happened is we got that budget from the governor and it was looking rosy. Sorry, Rosie, I said that, but it was looking fabulous. And then we went into COVID and then Governor Newsom said, okay, we're going to have a 2008 type of event. And so we were in a positive status and then we were back in a negative status, which then caused me a lot of grief because people kept saying, pay us, let's get a raise. And I said, I can't do it because the county won't allow us because we're back in the red. And then by October of 2020, we received news that we had retained our newly gained basic aid or community funded status. And we had a positive 3-year budget outlook. And then I was able to go back to the table, calling people saying, let's get back to the table. Now we can make good on our promises. And we were able to provide those compensation increases for staff in 2019, 2020 retroactively. And for this year, 2020, 21. And that happened at the end. It was November 24th, I think, right before Thanksgiving. We met with CUTA. We got a tentative agreement. We brought it to the board in December. We met with CSEA. We brought that tentative agreement. Then we had to go through all the process with the county. We've just been able now in the last month to start actually paying people those retroactives and make good on those promises because of all the stuff we had to do with the county. But the bottom line is we averted takeover. We regained our fiscal solvency. We got back into a fiscal outlook that was good, partly because of the budget and the taxes and the basic aid status, and partly because of a lot of moves that we made. And so now, like I always said, is we would come back to consider reinstatement of some staffing cuts that were once necessary, required of us, but now we think are affordable and viable again. And I'm presenting on those tonight. Next slide, Rosie. So in the resolution that approved the budget cuts that you approved and those savings, including the solar, was part of that deal about how to save us through savings. That came in the beginning of 2020. It seems like yesterday to me. And we detailed a list of cuts that could help address the budget shortfall at that time. That resolution, in quotes, it requested official approval from you to let me and staff go ahead and operationalize those budget cuts. And the quote here is, while acknowledging these budget cuts may be reevaluated and potentially restored, if staff determine that new sources of district revenue are forthcoming and would allow for such, now is the time to do so. The district revenues have bounced back because of basic aid, community funded. The governor's budget right now is really looking crazy good. It's short time, it's one time, it won't be forever, but it's looking pretty good. So now's the time for us to really investigate some cuts. So this is what I'm doing tonight. And so I can get direction from you so we can go forward. Next slide, please. Okay, first I'm going to talk about staffing for school operations. Athletic trainer. In the past in this district, Half Moon Bay High School athletic boosters have always paid, as I understand it, historically for half of the athletic trainer. It was established as a best practice, and we brought to you not fall of 2020, but fall of 2019. The San Mateo Ground jury said this is a best practice. If you're going to have sports, kids on the football field, kids on the basketball court, anytime a kid could possibly sprain an ankle, get a concussion, particularly with a concussion, you got to have an athletic trainer. Not everybody did. We did. We were kind of like out in front of the pack, but it's because the athletic boosters were paying for half of that. Now, the Half Moon Bay High School athletic boosters, bless their hearts, have contributed so much to this district for so much time and still do. And they funded half the cost of that position. But because they had a difficult year of fundraising this year, I think their current president, Angie Bai, and their former president, I want to say Chris Hammerstrom, I hope I got that name right. Angela came to me this year and said, hey, we are having problems with this funding. I'm looking at it and saying we have to have it. The grand jury says it's a best practice. Our new athletic director, Taylor, has been outstanding during COVID for us about testing for athletes and just does a whole bunch of work. And so the athletic trainer we consider core, that we have to have it. We have a very vibrant sports program at Half Moon Bay High School. The boosters are asking us to pick up the full cost of this position. I would recommend that staffing allocation so we can continue to provide for the health and safety needs of our student athletes in this robust interscholastic sports program that Half Moon Bay High School has. I want to say ballpark, that's like about $50,000. That would be extra contribution on our part. Now, we also right-sized the community liaison positions in our schools. And Fairlawn View lost its community liaison position because of its small school size and the language needs of the school in the way it became configured when the Moonridge students were able to choose, which was always their right, to choose their neighborhood school of Hatch. So as a result, I would recommend that we increase the hours of the clerical assistant at Fairlawn View so it is on par with the other clerical, because currently the PTO there is paying for that at Fairlawn View for extra hours for that employee. And there's a need. That employee is bilingual. And that would address the staffing needs of the main office at that specific school site. It would result in adding a couple extra hours of that position to help the school. Cost is probably around $20,000. But PTO, I've been long in conversation with the PTO Alliance about there are some things that we think the district should fund that they should no longer fund, not just at Fairlawn View, but in general. And we are looking through that sort of comprehensively now. For example, emergency supplies. The PTOs were paying for emergency supplies. That should not be the case. We should be covering emergency supplies. If there's something that happens to kids and they need emergency food or water, we should cover that. The PTO shouldn't cover that. We've got to get into the business, and that's my goal. And I told the PTO Alliance this, that going forward, we would be looking at the PTO should really be adding extra enrichment and that type of thing above core. We should handle core. I consider this position core. And we've gone through this with HR, with Jason Owens and Jesus Contreras. And by adding these extra hours to Fairlawn View's clerical, we sort of get to right size where it's sort of like you look at a ratio. Hatch has more, El Granada has less because it's smaller. Fairlawn View has less, but they were sort of lagging. You know, at a school like Kings Mountain, of course, it's so small, they don't need a community liaison, and they have, you know, one person there, Leslie Schmutz, who does everything. So we kind of think this is right. You know, you have one employee at Kings Mountain, 2 at Fairlawn View, 3 in the office at El Granada, and more at Hatch. So we would recommend that. Next slide. Now, this also was a very painful conversation that we had with our Kings Mountain community. And staff recommended during our budget crisis that, hey, when there was question about, do we maintain a neighborhood school there? I found a middle way, or I proposed a middle way to you and said, well, look, if they've only got X amount of students, we could just pay for 2 teachers. They could fund the other, Kings Mountain Association of Parents could fund the other one. But because the budget crisis was averted, and because I know this board does value neighborhood schools, and because student enrollment appears to be potentially growing at that school, I would recommend that we cost share the 3rd teacher position, whereby Kings Mountain Association parents would pay for a proportionate amount instead of paying for 100% of that 3rd teacher in the coming year. I think that's fair and proportionate. We would need to look at enrollment, and then we would talk with Kings Mountain Association of Parents. And I've already spoken to their leaders and negotiate sort of what we could pay for that. But I think, again, to expect a PTO to pay for this when we took something away, it might be time to return that. We did not take away in this way at El Granado. We did not take away at Hatch. We took away at Farallon View, and we took away at Kings Mountain. So that would be my recommendation on that. Then also, we would recommend paying for the Cunha Dean position entirely. When this last year CEF picked up the cost of 1 period of the position, that's about $20,000. There's still a need for that position because of its assistance to English language learners. If anybody knows that work, and we talked about that work last year, Erin O'Connor Brown is the person, but the position is important. Erin O'Connor Brown has been phenomenal in this work. James Barnes and I were just speaking today about how important her work is. And because CEF now wants to get back to their core, back to their things that they want to fund, they helped us out in a time of need. So I would recommend that we pay for that position in full and bring on the $20,000 or so period. So that CEF can dedicate its funding to future ongoing. I just want to take a moment and say we're very grateful to CEF for working with us last year and this year to align their contributions to our needs. But because we're in better fiscal condition, we would recommend we reinstate district staffing where CEF helped us last year when we had that budget crisis. Next slide, please. Okay. We also cut 2 custodial positions in 2019, 2020. And I think you'll remember at the end of last year at this time, people were like, oh my God, we're going to have sanitation needs. We're going to have cleaning needs. This is not good. People across the board were like, it's not good to cut these custodial positions. More than ever, these positions are vital to us because of clean and sanitary campuses. We are under staffed in custodial and in maintenance, and we need to look to build back on that, quite frankly. And so I would recommend reinstatement of those 2 custodial positions also. I happen to have my notes on this from the presentation I made in the past, but that's about $130,000 for these 2 custodial positions. And then meanwhile, we had also proposed, and this is smaller, the elimination of School Loop as a software application used by Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School. When we proposed that, we said, hey, you know, we can look to Infinite Campus and see if that would work. And we worked, Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School worked with teachers this year to see if that would work. And it's just not as student friendly, teacher friendly, or family friendly. School Loop, for all its strengths and all its foibles, it really is something that people have gotten accustomed to. I will say in my last district, we had the same debate. Well, you could be efficient, you could save money, you could try to do it another way, but School Loop is really tailored to do this. And in a day and age when we really want to communicate to families and let them know, and teachers are using this to report grades and assignments and that type of thing. And again, I think the cost of School Loop was a $14,000 savings. But because we know that's very important to the high school and to Cunha, and they advocated for it, and we investigated the cost savings, the convenience and service outweigh the minimal cost savings. We would recommend bringing that back. I would also say that we, on the family engagement front, the Panorama contract, we had said that we would not do that. That's a district survey software. That's about $12,000. I would say that we should do that because, again, if we want to get information from parents or from students, Panorama is really useful for that. It's much more robust. It allows us to use that information in comparison with our other data management systems that we're working with the county. Next slide, Rosie. So some things to keep in mind, and this is my friend Jesus Contreras, my Chief Business Officer, our Chief Business Officer, really speaking to me here, okay? Despite my recommendations to reinstate several budget cuts made in 2019, 2020, because the conditions have changed and we always said we'd relook at these, I think and I know, and Jesus reminds me, we need to continue inquiry to assess and establish necessary resources for sustainable operations ongoing. All too often in my career and in the education sector, you have times of feast and famine. You have, the times are good, you have money, you spend on things, and then famine hits and then you got to cut things. And so you're in this constant cycle of adding, cutting. And Jesus and Leticia and all our team have done very careful job of looking at, is this the best bang for our buck? So going forward, I think we need to continue inquiry and make these value statements. I brought this presentation tonight because I wanted direction from you to proceed with these particular reinstatements. We will look at others going forward. We will look at other resource allocations going forward. We will need to continue monitoring our funding in years ahead so that we're financially prudent, but that we can prioritize services. And we will continue to review our budget in the year ahead with an eye on the increased funding that's anticipated by basic aid and our need to maintain a balanced budget. That means if we get into a place of fiscal sustainability, that in the future, we would recommend more reinstatement of cuts. We would recommend new services to families and students. We would recommend new compensation increases to employees and staff. But we do need to be very careful, and it is your job and my job and Jesus's job and all our job to talk about trade-offs and needs. And so I think that's my last slide, Rosie. Yeah, I'm ready to take questions.
I can't believe we did this and now we have money. So I agree with your recommendations. I think you touched all the valid points. The athletics, the dean, who does such a fabulous job, and I was able to go in with Leticia earlier when there was no COVID. I feel like I don't know when that was, and I saw her working with the students, and it was amazing. Yeah, I think that, and the janitorial more than ever, and also, like you said, if you know, luckily we had the other partners to help us, but if we have money, then we have to take on our responsibility of what we need to pay. So that next time, if we are in a crunch, we can go back to these partners and ask for help and not take advantage of their help. So yeah, I'm all for it. Anyone anymore?
I've got a question about the Cunha Dean. I think that's a part-time position. I can't remember how part-time it is. But do you think that this is a position that needs to be expanded? I've just heard that it's pretty helpful and it's really important and really needed. Do you think it's something that needs to be expanded beyond the hours it is now?
Well, you'll see Leticia nodding her head, and that's because she knows that English language learners is something that we are constantly looking at. And let me put it this way. I think English language learner services need to be expanded. When Lizette talks about the flashing red light on the dashboard, and this is not a conversation that is new to you. Our data shows that we need, if you're believing in equity and if you're believing in getting all kids to the ability to succeed and realize their dreams and attain college and career, I think English language learners are going to need more resources As far as Cunha goes, I think we can investigate that going forward. I think we would need more study on it. Dr. Bhatia is just nodding and saying, yeah, let's do that. But we know that Erin O'Connor Brown also teaches a couple other sections. It could be thought about as a full-time position at some point. It's something for us to explore. I think we would need more inquiry on it, but Mary Beth, I think yes. I mean, and then if you're talking about that at Cunha, at the high school, at our elementary schools, these are where the services are needed the most. If we would want to probably look at English language learners, disaggregate the data per school site, and then determine, like we did with the community liaisons, where is the need, and then attach to that need. Because you have one intermediate school and you have one high school, it makes sense that we would bolster those services there. And I think Dr. Bhatia will be working on trying to bolster English language learner services, English language development, English language learning services at the secondary level at Cunha and high school, and Pilarcitos would get some, but in portion. Then you would look at Hatch, El Granada, Fairlawn View, and Kings Mountain. So for example, the need at Kings Mountain for English language learners is way different than it is at Hatch. So I think in the year to come, we would probably, I think that's what you can expect from Leticia, is you will get a inquiry and some data brought and say, okay, this is how we would apply extra funding to English language learner services.
And Leticia, you're the expert, but from my experience and from what I've seen, it's like, you know, in the elementary school, you have these programs, these for like early intervention, but then there's these kids that still go on and they're in middle school, and it's like, I think that's one of the best interventions because they work with the student, and the student is more at a more of an independent level, and it's not a pullout, it's a where she works in there with them. I don't know, the only thing and I don't know how it fully works, but sometimes I'd like to see more improvement in all levels of the connection between the work that's being done in the classroom and what the parents know and how they can support and what they know. And I know at the last ELAC we did speak on that, and I just brought it up that in all these throughout the school year and on these parent conferences, I think it's so important to talk about ELD levels and where they're testing and where they need. There's 4 levels for reclassification, and talk about strengths and whatnot, because I feel like there's such a disconnect. And I hear it from the parents a lot. So that was something I brought up to the principal, that we need to. I would like the teachers to do more of like, okay, we talk about in the classroom, but at least at one point in the school year, we need to address, because half of these parents are, they understand more, but they're like, what's going, like they don't understand. So I think that's really important, and I think Ms. O'Connor does a great work with the students. I don't know how it follows through it with the parents.
Yes, and that also includes, I mean, although there are details like family engagement and also VAPA that aren't spelled out in the plan, but we are looking into supporting that. That's part of the plan. How do we increase that? And part of the acceleration and addressing the learning loss, we are looking into potentially placing a position that looks at that disaggregation of data and pulls the data from the elementary up to the high school. And as we know, I mean, Jesus and I were having this conversation just a few days ago that yes, we have to really push in interventions at lower elementary, but even more so during these transitional grades, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Because by the time our ELs get to 8th grade, and they've been long-term ELs for more than 10 years, even one intervention class will be very difficult for us to close that gap. But yes, we definitely will come back as we continue to further define and implement these services to share what will come to fruition next year.
I think an illustrative point of this, for example, is some of this is work that needs to be brainstormed and figured out with the school site. So James Barnes, for example, was talking about Laura Butterfoss, and we recognize Laura Butterfoss as part of that reading intervention team. She's in the middle school part of that team. I've had the opportunity to see her teach. Phenomenal work. So James is looking at how do we expand more of that reading intervention for the school, right? We need that for our students who are having issues for whatever reason with reading at grade level. But we also need those services for English language learners, particularly for English language learners, particularly in a district that has the number of English language learners we do and is showing improvement is available. Look, I just want to say this. Sometimes I'm not very clear on this. Our teachers are doing phenomenal work, but there's always place for us to improve. We shouldn't be defensive about looking at data. It often gets into a defensive conversation and a feel bad. But when we're trying to make improvement strategies, we need to look at the data and we say, what can we do to improve? And I'm so probably immune to it because of the work that I've done over the years. It may sound like I'm disparaging what we do. I'm not disparaging what we do. We just need to look at resource allocation and bring it to where we need it for fairness. My favorite sentence starter is to be fair. To be fair, to be just, to be equitable, we really need to look at the kids who need the help and providing that in real time. I think Lizette and Sophia in our CSBA Equity Conference, weekly or monthly conference on the weekend, we've talked about that, and we've talked about, would an equity statement be about giving kids what they need when they need it? Some of our kids need more. And so your question, Mary Beth, Lizette, these questions, some of our kids need more because they're not at grade level or they haven't attained English mastery, which they've got to have in this nation if they're going to have jobs, careers that are going to allow them to pursue the American dream. That's just something we need to take care of here.
And to add to that, they need it more and they need it now.
So just for that, just to put a placeholder in this, Leticia will be coming with more plans based on English language learners in particular. And again, this is an application. If you want to take it as a medical model, it's a treatment for the folks who present with symptoms that need addressing. Then we can also talk about also bringing back services for all kids, but some kids need more services. And it's just important for us to remember that.
That to me, Sean, is the key takeaway. What you just said is, and what I appreciate about your bringing this back to us now that we have a little bit more flexibility financially to be able to take back those core services that really protect our students, protect our staff in terms of custodial aspects as well. And many of those things that you brought back, the dean position being perhaps the most notable, really do get us closer to a point where we're getting more equitable in terms of our resource allocation. And I think, we'll go through that exercise of reviewing our policy and continuing to refine it and really have some deep discussions about what that really means and where we are and where we want to go with equity and justice. But I think that line that Lizette mentioned earlier means a lot to me in as far as that goes, because we need to be allocating more resources to the students that need it most, as you mentioned, and as Lizette mentioned, that blinking red light is our English learners. So, and we've had some insight to that kind of incidentally through the years through SARC reports and so on, but I would love to have that conversation as we can get there around, what are we spending per student, and are we really allocating as a benchmark at least 20% more as per LCFF on our unduplicated pupils, English learners, homeless, foster kids, low socioeconomic and such. I think as we, that kind of data and analysis will be really helpful, which brings the point that you mentioned, Leticia, as well, about sometimes it does feel like a little bit of a black box, right? Until we know these are problems and we see kind of snippets here and there, but I appreciate your dedication to establishing systems by which we can systematically review and catch things before they're like flaming emergencies, right? Before we're like, this kid's in 8th grade, they're still an English learner, right? Like how we need to catch that earlier, and being more systematic in how and when we review things, and how we work with families to make sure we can truly partner with them to support the kid, not just as they do what they do at home and we do what we do at school. You know, I think it's part of the advancement of, I don't want to say the industry of education, but it's part of the advancements of how we serve communities as public educators. So thank you for doing all that good work.
Any more comments? Are we ready to move on? Kim?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I concur with the value of these positions, definitely. I just want to think through the sequence. We made the cuts, then we were able to negotiate and set our budget going forward. What we haven't talked about is now what is the impact, and are we looking 3 years out? Do we still have then margin going forward? Sean, you're muted.
Thank you. I think on the cover sheet of this item, I had estimated from looking at all the cuts lists that we were, that the reinstatement of identified staffing and services cuts presented here are estimated to range from 250,000 to 300,000 annually. And I believe that we still come in within our margins.
Thank you.
Is that right, Jesus?
I will be bringing to the board the budget, and I will be then presenting the possibilities in here. So Dr. McFetrich is, I believe, is right.
I will tell you that it is common practice for a superintendent to say, hey, we need to do this now. We got to make this right. And for a CBO, my good friend who spends so many hours here with me late at night, to swallow hard and say what? So Jesus is my pressure check. I'm probably bad cop all the time, and he's probably good cop. But maybe I can't say that. That may be politically correct.
You already did. It's too late. Okay, let's move on. Any more comments? Roll call? Rosie?
I don't think it's a vote, is it? It's just information.
Yeah, this is
it's an information.
informational item.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
just
you,
kidding.
Freya.
Sorry, I'm going ahead of myself. Next
I
item
just wanted to get a general feeling tone from you of a shape of things to come. These are the things that I think need to be reinstated. And so I think I'm feeling direction. Mary, the thumbs up works for me. Okay, thank you. I think it's not that we're making people happy, but that we're just trying to reinstate cuts, which was, I'm trying to live up to my promises.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Next one. This is just an informational, thank you. And next is the approval of additional amendments to the CUSD CUTA MOU.
I'll take this on. It's a cover sheet. There's no backup to it. And look, I started in the evening saying, look, sometimes there are healthy disagreements. Sometimes they don't feel healthy to me, but sometimes there are healthy disagreements, and sometimes there are very healthy agreements. And I think this is a healthy agreement. If Rosie will bring this up, just the cover sheet, basically, for the MOU to return to school, which ends on June 30th, you watched us kind of walk through this to negotiate with secondary, because it was the ending part of the MOU. And so Kathleen Wall, chief negotiator, and Sean Reardon, co-president of CUTA, and several of the team members, Stacy Walsh, Ramon Macias, Tom Cox, Joseph Santoni, I hope I'm getting all their CUTA team members. They sat with me and with Jason Owens and Greg Dennis, and we talked about one last piece that they wanted. And they said, but wait, there's more. First, it was Cunha, because of that aggressive, robust plan to get so many students back. We had to have remote learning coordinators. And then the teachers, rightfully so, and the CUTA rightfully advocating for them, saying, hey, that's going to be more work for us. You need to pay us. So we did that last time. On this one, on April 8th, you approved that amendment. And then in April, later in April, we went back to the table to negotiate another concern. And the language is this: CUTA members reassigned from their daily positions to substitute for another teacher will be paid an hourly rate of $40 beginning April 5, 2021 through the end of the 2020-2021 school year. This rate will include time spent preparing, supervising, and instructing students. The time spent preparing and supervising students shall be established in consultation with the site administrator. The parties acknowledge this stipend is being provided due to additional duties being taken on by employees during the last few weeks of the 2020-2021 school year, the need for them to use additional time to prepare for any substitute duties, which takes away from their normal job, and the time required to perform their nominally assigned duties. The parties agree this compensation is being provided due to the unique demands during 2021 because of COVID-19 and ends automatically at the end of this school year. Indeed, the MOU ends and lapses at June 30, and we have discussed how we do not propose another MOU for return to school because the governor has said June 15, things are back to normal and the state is no longer funding remote learning, and things, we are getting better as a people. We are getting healthier as a people. So basically, I wrote this memo. It says that we agreed the language satisfactorily addresses CUTA's concern regarding compensation for their members who are pulled from their normal duties to serve as substitute teachers during hybrid learning. It's probably a nominal financial impact. I can't estimate it. I have no idea what it will be because it's only going to be a smattering of teachers who are being asked by their administrators, hey, we don't have a sub in this class. We need you to stop what you're doing and go do this. So it's a small number of teachers, but we would recommend this to address it. We do have a shortage of available substitute teachers, and I do want to talk about that with the board real quickly too. Look, our summer school has been very difficult to staff. We are blessed that Jesus and Leticia have spoken to the Boys and Girls Club, to another charitable organization that runs summer school.
Catholic Charities.
Catholic Charities that the county introduced us to. It's not a religious thing, it's just a charities organization. So we will be able to have staff. We're hoping to have staffing in place for summer so that we can offer this, bigger summer school this year. Big Lift, Catholic Charities, Boys and Girls Club. What else did I miss, Leticia? Champions. So because I got to tell you, look, recently New York Times said superintendents are super stressed, but I will tell you, teachers, our food service workers, our custodians, all our staff this year has been way out, like beyond anything. And you've seen me struggle with a headache for months now. I do think in this regard, this agreement represents our agreement and my recommendation to you that we approve this final amendment to our MOU so that we can pay people for doing stuff that it's not normal in their job description. And I recommend approval. I'll take questions.
Sorry, I had a hard time. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second?
Yeah, second.
Freya. Okay. And no.
I've got one question. I've got one question. Is that $40 an hour? Is that on top of the regular pay? Is that how that works?
That is. Because let's say you have a reading intervention teacher that gets pulled off to do a sub, they're still preparing and planning their normal job. So they're still having to make up usually later. And this $40 as a rate was proposed by CUTA because it pretty much matches the rate, for example, at a high school or at a middle school, where if a teacher gets called in, let's say a teacher at Cunha is on their prep period and there's a need for a sub and you don't have one, well, then they can go sub for the class. It's basically based on sort of that agreement that we've had with teachers.
So Sean, just to clarify, then this isn't for doing work that's different than usual. It's for doing work about like in addition to the job they'll still have to do.
That's right.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
And this is only for the end of this school year, correct?
That's right.
If there are any more comments, we could do roll call. Rosie?
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Raya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you. Next item is the approval of the financial outstanding bargaining provision agreement upon by CUSD and the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association.
So this is another one that I'll just take. If Rosie will bring up the MOU itself, this is basically about reopeners. This will describe sort of what we will do going forward and what negotiations will look like for the next year. So we were able to bring to a close, this last contract and bring back 1920 retroactive 3%, and then another 3% on top of that for a, it's like a 6% raise for CUTA and CSEA. And if you're looking at those gray marks, that's because Rosie has taken and blocked out our signatures for Kathleen Wall, who signed for the association, and for me, who signed for the district. And this is called a tentative agreement. And it's tentative because we do a tentative agreement at the table when we're negotiating, and then CUTA or CSEA take it to their members and they say yay or nay. And then we bring it to you, right? You guys have been through this. And this says now that this extends from 2019-2020 through the 21-22 school years. You're probably wondering, well, wait, do we have an agreement about 21 and 22 yet? We do not. This just says what the path forward. So it says all the provisions of 2019-20 and 2021 ratified tentative agreement that we signed on November 24th that we talked about earlier when we had the money and we could sit down around Thanksgiving time, those remain in full force and effect except for Article 23 duration and reopeners. And that's what this is. This is Article 23 duration reopeners. And what it says is that the term of the 2019-2020 through 2020-21 agreement is reformed to provide an additional year that results in a new term from July 1, 2019, then into ostensibly what becomes a 3-year contract to June 30, 2022. And what that means is that the parties shall submit initial proposals for next year, 21-22, on or before a date which allows for completion of the public notice process prior to commencement of negotiations in August 2021. What that means is we've agreed we will sit back at the table in August. I will say part of that sunshine process is a legal process. I will thank CUTA for hearing me to say we will know more about our budget in the fall than we do now. It's still not set. So they agreed to meet in 2021. Each party can reopen 5 total articles. 2 of them are assumed to be compensation, money, salary, and health and welfare. If a party reopens on these 2 articles, then it could open 3 other articles. And there are 3 other items in the business in the contract that we might want to talk about and that they may want to talk about. You will remember that in the last tentative agreement, we wanted to talk about, one of the things that we said that we would talk about was extended day kindergarten. One of the things that we said we would talk about was valuation process. And one of them was 6-period day at Cunha. And we'll talk more about that later on when we're going through this process. So we're currently working on that. We will negotiate the calendar annually as we did this year for the year after. We have a 21-22 calendar. We will need to negotiate hopefully for 2 years or, instead of just a 1 year, but we will do that. That's status quo. And we can reopen negotiations at any time on any matter covered by this agreement. That's status quo. That's Article 22.3.4. And then before March 1 of 2022, this is looking ahead next year, the parties would submit initial proposals for a successor negotiated agreement to start in 22-23. So this is the path forward, and we would recommend approval. We agree to it. They agreed to it. This is kind of pro forma standard business. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you. Oh, wait, just kidding. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any, opening it up for discussion, any questions or? No? Okay. Seeing that there are no questions, we will move on to roll call. Rosie?
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Rhea,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
thank you. Passes 5+1.
Thank you. And moving on to our last item, definitely not least important. It's item 5M, approval of revised governing board policy 5145.9, hate motivated behavior, as requested by the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury.
Okay, I'm taking this too because I drafted the policy. A policy revision on this policy was required by us, by the grand jury. The grand jury had recommendations. It wasn't a requirement, but it was a recommendation, and it's one that we really took to heart and feel. In a neighboring district over the hill, another high school, there were several hate-based incidents. They were racial slurs mostly that happened and that caused the grand jury to think, you know, what are schools doing about this? They wanted to inquire, whether it's about athletic trainers or ransomware. This is the latest report. And we actually reported on this earlier in the year because we had to present to them what we do. This is the first step. The first step is to change our policy. And they had certain recommendations about that policy. I'm going to ask Rosie to bring up the policy that I wrote. I want to bring up a process question because I can think in my head that maybe one or two board members are saying, well, we didn't get a red line from the policy. That's because Rosie said, do you want me to do a red line? I said, no, the policy is so different. You couldn't do a red line. Because the policy you had before was California School Boards Association. It was one page. The new policy has to have all these things from the grand jury. It would be gobbledygook. So thus, we have included in tonight's presentation the new policy, the old policy, the grand jury report. But I do want to review the new policy if Rosie will bring that up. And I'm not going to read it verbatim. And I know this is the last item really tonight. But you'll see that it says we're committed to providing a safe learning environment, protecting students and staff from discrimination and harassment, and then we take a stand against hate-motivated incidents, including bullying and intimidation. And when people say, well, what does that mean? You always want to think about the protected classes. You can remember this by an acronym Dr. Green's: disability, race, gender, religion, nationality, and sexual orientation. That's a shorthand version of it. But of course, we were just talking about LGBTQ plus earlier. There are other things to concern. So I really want people to point this out here. Any hostility towards another person's real or perceived ethnicity, national origin, immigrant status, race, color, they are different things, sex, gender, gender identity, they are different things, sexual orientation, religious belief, age, disability, or any other physical or cultural characteristic, big, small, tall, short, right? So size, any of those things, those are protected classes. As a district, we are committed to ensuring students, and I put in staff here, and I would say all people, are protected from hate-motivated behavior that can interfere with and negatively impact anyone's academic progress and or social emotional well-being. Again, this echoes to what we talked about earlier, protecting our LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters, fellow human beings, and protecting people of their social emotional well-being. So that's the one big statement. If you go to the down there down below, it says definition of hate motivated incident. A hate motivated incident is an act or an attempted act constituting expression of hostility against a person, property, or institution. So example, if you have a temple that is defaced with a swastika, it happens. That is a hate, could be a hate crime, but it's definitely a hate motivated incident. If you have a church that is defaced, that's a hate motivated incident, maybe a hate crime, potentially. But any of these things, if they have any kind of hostility aimed at them because of a target's real or perceived, and then those protected classes, that could include bigoted insults, taunts, or slurs, distributing or posting hate group literature or posters, defacing, removing, or destroying posted materials or announcements, posting or circulating demeaning jokes or leaflets, sending insulting or threatening messages by phone, email, websites, or any other electronic or written communication. It becomes a hate-motivated crime when that incident is investigated by law enforcement and is determined to be criminal in nature and a violation of the law. The definition is important because we're going to be sharing this information in different ways at a 7th to 9th grade level with families, particularly at the high schools, Pilarcitos and at Half Moon Bay High. And then we will start pushing it out at the middle school and the elementary schools. So as a community, as a district, as the coast side, everybody understands the district does not stand for that. So then it talks about what happens when this stuff happens. First of all, we're required to report. When this stuff happens, for example, you'll remember a letter I sent out earlier in the year. And Lizette, you and I had a discussion with this, and you discussed it with another staff member who was very concerned about it. But you had a student who made a racial slur on a social media post. It didn't have an impact on the school. The student was counseled, but this says when that kind of stuff happens and we find out it happens on campus or off campus, what we will do about it. What it says is we have to document and report. When that incident happened, I documented it and reported it to the county along with Jason Owens. And then we took steps here to investigate it. We expect all staff to immediately report incidents of hate-motivated behavior to supervisors whenever they're made aware of them, including when such incidents occur off campus or outside of school hours, because we know that impacts students when they go back to campus potentially, and including when such incidents occur in social media. You will know there's a Supreme Court case now that is questioning what somebody can say on social media and what their freedom of speech is. But if it impacts and there's a nexus to the school community legally, then we can do something about it. Students or staff who take part in hate-motivated actions are subject to disciplinary actions. Students need to know that. It's a deterrent. Now, it's either me or my designee or whoever replaces me when I'm no longer here and their designee shall design strategies to promote harmonious relationships among students, prevent incidents of hate-motivated behavior to the extent possible, and address such incidents if they occur. Superintendent or designee of the district and school leaders shall collaborate with regional programs and community organizations as necessary to help promote safe environments for youth. You saw earlier when Caroline Morton presented how many different organizations they work with. And when there's counseling needed, how they can help push in for that. And there was an incident earlier, I told you about at one of our schools where there was a homophobic slur, and they have a resource that they would normally use for tobacco or alcohol that they can bring in that resource and counsel the students and say, this is happening. Or if we had a homophobic slur, or if we had a racial slur, or if we had a gender slur, et cetera, we can bring in resources. That would focus on resources, prevention strategies, response plans, our PBIS, positive behavior intervention support work, response plans, providing assistance to students who are affected. Rosie will have to change to the next page. Are expected never to engage in retaliatory behavior or to ask, encourage, or consent to anyone taking retaliatory actions on their behalf. Now, after these things are reported, we will investigate. We will ask students, staff, and other witnesses to document what occurred. Similar, like if there are kids that break some kind of other school rule, that's what we ask, is there's a way for them to document. We investigate, and we will collect and maintain copies of that in files for completeness. And then we determine if there's additional information needed, and we look at policy procedures. And then school administrators will determine whether additional resources or assistance might be required or suggested. For example, involvement of law enforcement or involvement of a counseling group. And then school administrators will confer with district administrators and provide a summary of the incident reports to me or to the superintendent, whoever is that person, or designee, as often as necessary. And then school and district administrators will work to inform the school and community as appropriate. You watched how I did that, right? When we had that one incident, I sent out a letter. Hey, this thing happened. We don't want to tell you what happened, but it happened, and we denounce a racial slur. We don't like it. We're not going to stand by it. So we would denounce it. We would let the community know. And we would talk about how counseling, discipline, or restorative practices would be used to address the incident. In cases where hate-motivated incidents require the involvement of law enforcement, employees shall be expected to cooperate with local law enforcement agencies to investigate any potential hate-motivated crimes. That's kind of our responsibility as public employees in general. And then there's a complaint process. If a parent, guardian, or student believes that the student is a victim of hate-motivated behavior, they're encouraged to report the incident to a teacher, the principal, or other site administrator, or other staff member. Any staff member notified of that or observes it or becomes aware of it would immediately contact the principal or another site administrator, assistant principal, dean, what have you, or the compliance officer responsible for coordinating our response to complaints and complying with state and federal civil rights laws. And as appropriate and as determined with consultation with the principal or other site administrator, the staff shall also contact law enforcement. So any complaint shall be investigated, and if determined to be discriminatory, shall be resolved in accordance with the law and with our uniform complaint procedures. If the investigation shows that it's about non-discriminatory behavior, after all, then the principal or designee would inform the complainant, and then they would take the necessary actions to resolve the complaint. So for example, if there was something that they thought was a racial slur or a homophobic slur or a anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim or anti-Christian or anti-religious slur, we would investigate it. And if it was found that it wasn't that, then we would respond with our other discipline policies. Sorry to go through it. This is important work. It's important work, especially this last year, because we know that, as we told you at the last board meeting, when we were talking about the proclamation and resolution to stand against Asian American Pacific Islander violence, you've seen a 200% uptick in the last year of violence against Asians and Pacific Islanders. That's a group that is a target and has been victimized this last year. If you can call it a group, it's a huge group of people, but we've had that 200% incident increase. Anti-Semitism was on the rise 2 years ago, still is a problem in this nation and in this world. And we also talked about that last time when we were talking about May being Jewish American Heritage Month and Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. In this district, with a Latino majority and with students and families who may have immigration status or who may come from another country, that's also a concern for us. So all these things apply. I think it's important that if we were to follow the golden rule, and the golden rule exists in so many religions and so many different philosophies, if we were to treat others as we would want to be treated, we wouldn't have to have this policy. But the truth of the matter is we still have this problem. And we think that we can teach our way out of it. We can use restorative practices, but we also have to use discipline, and we also have to use counseling, and we also have to at sometimes involve law enforcement. So that's the policy. We needed to do it. I'm imploring you, I'm urging you, I'm asking for your approval, and I'll take any questions you have about it.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Freya.
I'll open it
I'll
up
take
for
Freya.
Freya. I'll open it up for discussion, but before I do, I want to thank you, Dr. McFetrich, for doing this because, like you said, it was requested by the grand jury, but you made it a point to, make this happen. We did have a discussion earlier on in this school year about that incident, where it was actually two boys, because I saw the video. It was two boys, and they made very inappropriate and very just awful comments about a student who was not from our district but was of Asian descent. And it did feel like it was swept under the rug because in so many ways it was hard to kind of do something when it wasn't happening at the school site. But at the same time, I felt the frustration from the teacher, who is not only a teacher but is also a community member and who's also a parent. And just to see someone like her, who has obviously very valuable, um, just she does such valuable work for our district, to see her so disheartened as a community member and as an employee, it was sad to see. So this is very, very uplifting. Like you said, it's sad, but the reality of it is that we have to have these things in place because there are mean people in the world, and you know, and this is what it is. And the fact that we are repeating this, I mean, you could see this language in the equity policy, in the LGBTQ plus, in so many of our adopted, policies and our proclamations is just important to keep repeating because I think even though we know that this is happening and we know that this has been going on for many, 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 many years, we need to start talking about it more so that it starts sinking in. And I wish this was in place when I was here in this district, but I'm hopeful that it's here for my daughter and the generations to come, and it's very important. And I think it's not only important to speak on it and continuously repeat it in the policies and the proclamation, but as adults and it is at the end of the board meeting, but the few people that are still around and the people that see this, we also have to live it by example. And it's like Leticia's little background says, you do things with kindness, and you have the golden rule, and you're thankful for what you have, but then you also remember that you also need to treat people the way you want to be treated, or you want your children to be treated. And sometimes people don't see that, and people, even us as parents, we also inherently, don't do the best job to show our children. And so we need to talk about it, and we need to address it, and we need to continue to repeat this. So thank you very, very much.
It's a difficult conversation. And it's one that we have to have as a community, right? So the grand jury, just to talk about next steps, is first step is we have to have this policy. Second step is then and I've talked to John Nazar and Deanna Tower and Andy Boysen. Next step is they need to start communicating it to families and students. I've talked to Jason Owens and he works with the Pilarcitos team. They will start to communicate it. And it's really been sort of a high school policy, but I've also talked to James Barnes. He and I were talking about it today. They will take a piece of this, and then they will have to communicate to families. We all have a role to play. This is your policy role. I prepared it for you. You approve it. You say, let it go, go and do. Now I tell the folks, okay, now you guys have to do this. The high school, if you read the grand jury report, the other thing they have to do is they have to work with their leadership team of students to talk about it. They have to have some discussions with it as students at Pilarcitos and Half Moon Bay High School both. At another district, they have to be involved with a particular organization. They have a couple of, I mean, because they had such pronounced effects. I will tell you, look, I don't think I want to generalize this. The coast side, I think, is a loving community. I think there's a lot of compassion and a lot of kindness here. Again, we shouldn't be defensive about this. This isn't about all of us. And we all make mistakes in our lives where we do something where it's like, wow, I wasn't kind or compassionate, or I said something that was, you know, that showed hostility toward a person. But this sort of like says, but this is the line we draw. This is what we stand for. So there will be steps ahead to communicate to families and students. And there's work to do, but I don't want this to be representative of just the coast side. This is a county problem. This is a California problem. This is a human nature problem. You know, since the dawn of time, people have been hostile to each other, some people, and some people have not. So if we can practice loving kindness, and I want to say too, when you see I say counseling, discipline, and restorative practices, that rolls off my tongue all the time, because I do believe that we can have a place for forgiveness, can have a place for learning, and we can recover from incidents and have a better understanding of one another and treat each other well. I believe that, but we have to acknowledge how people feel in the process. So that's why the restorative practices part is really important.
So yeah, thank you, Sean, for drafting this and bringing it as the first step. And I'm glad you mentioned the second and the third, because that was going to be my comment question, is kind of where we go from here. And so I really appreciate that you already addressed that part of it. I would love to, at some point, once we've started to implement it and to see some even potential, maybe it's polling of the students or a question included in some of our other surveys, because it saddens me always when I read things about people being unkind on all of these bases. So looking again at the grand jury report, which I know we've already reported on, but looking again at it made me so sad. And a part of it too was when they were talking about, they actually went to rabbis, and they found that some of the Jewish American students actually complained to their rabbis, but the schools didn't know about it. And I wonder, I asked my own kids, like, do you hear anything? Like, so I wonder if there's some way that we can also, they talked about the anonymous tip thing or a survey that we can kind of uncover where some of this might be happening, so that we can then really address some of that fabric. So that's a longer term, like you're talking about the next steps and then the ones after that, et cetera. But I just feel like it's such important work. So thank you for starting this part of it, but recognizing that there's so much more to do as well.
Freya, I think that's a very important point. Look, most districts typically use the California Healthy Kids Survey to get this. And I remember in my last district, you can change the California Healthy Kids Survey. And because of the work we did with LGBTQ roundtable in my last district, then that roundtable suggested that we include questions in you can modify the California Healthy Kids Survey, depending on your context. So we started to include that. Have you heard this disparaging word, this slur, et cetera, to get that data so that you can then address it. In this community, I think in particular, I think you would probably want to look at, have you had anti-immigrant language used? Have you had language used about the language spoken? Have you had language used about the color of your skin or the nation that you came from? Certainly LGBTQ issues. Religious issues, I haven't heard a lot about religious strife here or that kind of thing, but it happens. So Freya, I think that's a very important point. And I saw Dr. Bhatia nodding, because again, the Panorama Survey could be used for that, so that you could get to students and say, instead of waiting for a California Healthy Kids Survey, you could have surveys over time and say, hey, do we have a problem? And how do we address the problem? And we could report data and say, these are the steps we take. Yeah, good. That's good, Freya. That's a thank you for saying it.
Well, and just to interject, it's also an education component, not just the survey after the fact, but it starts in the early years. And there's so much ugly that runs on social media, and whether it's a meme or a joke or, there's a lot out there that's just ugly. And there's an education component on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And not just treating it after there's an offense, but build up the community. And so we're actually very fortunate, I believe, that we are able to have these conversations. So
I
thank
think
you.
so. I mean, in the parlance, they often talk about being an ally or being a bystander. An ally will stand up and say, "We're not doing that. That's not appropriate. That hurts my feet. That hurts. That's hurtful to that person." A bystander is someone who says, "Oh, I don't want to deal with that," and you just let it go. This policy basically says our employees cannot be bystanders and our students cannot be bystanders. It's expected that if we hear a hate motivated speech or incident, that we're going to say something. Now, you guys all remember being kids. Some kids don't like to tattle or snitch, right? It's a thing. So I understand it. But I think we need to take a stand as a district, and you as a board, you've always given me license to write, to say, hey, this happened. I'm going to write this letter saying we do not stand for this. And that's kind of sadly a superintendent's job in this day and age, is to be able to say, this ugly thing happened. This is what we will do about it. And we do not stand by it. And that's what this policy is another step to doing. So thank you for understanding. I think I've got direction from, you guys have to vote, but I appreciate you all sort of getting it. Now, there are going to be some people in the community that don't get it. Last year, when we flew flags for Pride Month, I got an email saying, what are you doing? Are you indoctrinating our students with pro-homosexual, what's in the curriculum? Dr. Bhatia recently has gotten emails questioning curriculum. Are you teaching this? Are you teaching that? The truth of the matter is, as a public agency, we have to stand up and defend the rights of all people. That is our job by law. And so I hope everybody understands it. We may have different belief sets. Sometimes religion comes into play. Sometimes our rearing or what our parents taught us comes into play. But as a district, we stand against hate. We stand for love. Believe it or not, that's kind of that simple.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are no more other comments, we'll do roll call. Rosie?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Rhea, Rhea, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hear me? Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I was not looking at you. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, next item is the future events. And I'm going to just read them off. May 14th, special board meeting, closed session via video conference, 9 a.m. That's tomorrow, ladies. May 17th, Latino Roundtable via Zoom at 3 p.m. May 18th, Family Engagement Night series hosted by SLS, I think that's Schooling Services, via Zoom at 7 p.m. May 19th, Visual and Performing Arts Committee meeting, that's VAPA, via Zoom at 3 p.m. May 26th, School Financial Office Hours with Jesus, Budget Development via Zoom at 4 p.m. Please come. It's very informative. What else? Then we have May 27th, opening of schools steering committee via Zoom, 3 p.m. May 31st, Memorial Day holiday, no school. Just kidding. June 3rd, last day of school. June 7th through the 10th is public inspection of LCAP and budget district office at 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. June 10th is regular board meeting via Zoom at 6 p.m. June 3rd is the Fairlawn View Elementary School promotion, upper grades at the playground, and the time is to be determined. June 2nd is Cunha Intermediate School promotions at Cunha School from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And June 3rd as well as Hatch Elementary School promotions, playground, time to be determined. Also, June 3rd, what if you have a child at every school? That's going to be hard. Okay, June 3rd again is Hatch Elementary School Promotions Playground, type to be determined. June 3rd is Kings Mountain Elementary School Promotions at Kings Mountain at 10 a.m. June 3rd is El Granada Elementary School Promotions School Field at 12:30 p.m. June 3rd is the Half Moon Bay High School graduation at the football field, and the time is to be determined. From June 1st to the 4th is Florcitos High School graduation and boxes delivery, and the times are to be determined. And June 30th is Los Listos preschool promotions, and it's the location is to be determined, but it will be at 3 p.m. And with that, do I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So moved.
Second? Sophia.
I'll second. You saw me on mute.
I just looked up and somebody speak. Okay. And with that, roll call, Rosie.
Before I just want to say thank you to Caroline.
Oh my God, yes. I'm so sorry. Caroline, thank you. Thank you. Can we see your face for the last time before you move on?
I think we need open mic applause.
Oh, yeah.
No, but thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck.
Thank you for
Wish
hanging
you
in
the
there.
best.
Yes. Thank
Good,
you.
thank you.
Have a great night, and really appreciate it for these long meetings. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So roll call now, Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Bye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, everybody have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Right.